voice with real America's voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's voice rocks.
All right, this guy dressing up as a girl, transgender, apparently has a period cramp. How do you get a period cramp when you're a dude?
Why? Stop. Why is this thing not hot? I swear to God, if anyone says welcome to womanhood, I'm gonna lose.
I have one question. I know I date myself because I'm a dad and I got a 16-year-old. What does the dad think? What does the mom think? Somebody wake this kid up, please. That's mental illness. That's it for us. Have yourself a
sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
Come on. Now we're talking. That's what it feels like to be back home at the America First Warehouse, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and 103.9 LI News Radio, linewsradio.com. Welcome back to the program on a Friday night. Dish Network, Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus, 1175. We're also on the Roku channel, the Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Select TV 106, and of course, even if you're in the audience, jump on your devices, follow us, like and share the show, whether it's on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick, Getter, or Instagram. Like and share. Let's get the rest of the country in on what we got going on here. Live from Studio 6B, again from the America First Warehouse. Welcoming you guys back. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for Joe the Box and everybody here for hosting us on a Friday night. And I don't know if you guys caught what was going on in Bethpage today. Ooh. Kind of a big deal, I think. I've heard about it. Let's go to that right now. Here's what happened earlier today in Bethpage, New York, at a golf course or something out there. I think it's called the Black Course. I don't know what it's called. Check this out on your screens. Very incredible moment. Of course, New York City firefighter Brian Robinson was the man singing the national anthem today at the Ryder Cup, where of course it's happening right here, Bethpage, New York, Long Island. So great job by him. Great job by everybody there. Of course, it kind of gave me shades of with the flyover. Gave me shades of Alaska when a certain Russian president was visiting. Kind of makes you it takes you back to that, right?
Yes, exactly. Oh man, I mean, how do you not feel proud to be an American with this president? I mean, every event, everything that happens, he is there with the patriotic message, and just God bless him, man. I love it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the media will keep right then. That's it. Meanwhile, the media keeps telling us he's an evil dictator, and Hokul's getting booed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everywhere you go, the court of public opinion is clear. They can't lie to us anymore. So good work for the people.
Yeah, exactly. And as a matter of fact, also we had as soon as he showed up, there was a moment where he came out, and the crowd just exploded when they saw him. Let's go to that cut right now. Here, check it out on your screens, where the president comes in, and it breaks out in the chant.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff the left would love to have, but they can't seem to manufacture it because nobody likes anybody on their side.
Look at Hokul. She got some rounding applause the other day, right?
Kathy Hokul gets booed. Kamala Harris gets laughed at.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump shows up anywhere, and crowds break out into his name, Paul.
Yeah, my brother was there today. He was working it as one of the marshals, and so was my buddy John. My brother was on the other side of the court in one of the hospitality tents, and it was a huge tent. And by the way, if you haven't seen Beth Page over there, it's a logistical masterpiece. It's just incredible. But the tent was enormous, and he said it was bedlam when he came on the TV. Like everybody, you know, maybe there's a handful of people sucking their thumb and sulking. He's a dictator, you know. But that's great. It's exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because, again, Trump is in the culture part, right? Because that's always been the knock against the GOP, the Republicans. Oh, you know, they're so buttoned up and, you know, wearing ties all the time. They don't know how to have fun. They don't understand they don't understand the people.
Yeah, man.
This guy is one of the people, and that's what they can't seem to wrap their heads around because he can talk to everybody. He's a billionaire who can sit down and probably, you know, dish back and forth with anybody he runs into on an even plane, right, Kev?
And he's hilarious.
Yeah,
very funny.
I've never seen such a funny president.
Yeah.
I mean,
or politician, right?
Or politician, yeah, a couple of them. But he might. All right, George Bush was a little funny once in a while, but he never really got it on camera. When he and Cheney were calling someone from the Times a bahookie hole. Let's go with that. And that was always fun. But he's every guy from Queens. He's busting balls. He's having fun, and people they don't get that. Yeah. And I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, you're right. And it's because, I guess, where he's from. A lot of that comes, culture is from where he's from. Because, you know, Paul, you're doing this kind of stuff now. Where you're on the job site, you're doing stuff, you're ripping things apart, right?
Yeah, it's if you don't have a PhD in ball busting, you might as well just not open your mouth.
Right.
You know, you could say, like, does anyone want coffee? Or you see the paper. Other than that, just keep your head down if you don't know how to ball bust back. Because it's all it is all day long.
Yeah. And again, he comes from the culture. So that's, again, when you talk about the left and their problems, right? What do we see constantly? What was a big thing a few months ago? We got to find our own Joe Rogan. We got to find our own this. It's like they don't have anybody, so they have to make it up, which shows you just how disingenuous they really are, right?
Oh, yeah.
And slick guys, they had Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
They had a lot of these people. They just come to their senses.
They had Elon Musk.
Yeah.
They had Tulsi. They had RFK.
Hey, now
they had an all-star team.
Now they can keep whooping over.
All right.
And me too, yeah.
Think about that.
Now they have men who menstruate. Those guys are a bucket of laughs. Ever hang out with a couple of those? How you doing, Dylan? Oh, my fake period.
Hey, for my next
Don't judge me.
Yeah, and then they're constantly, again, attacking what seems to be normal stuff. You know, whether it be men and women's sports, which again continues to. I don't see how they don't understand this. You lost. Walk away from this one. Take the L, and just try and think of something else.
I think I know why they can't. Because half the reason they push that stuff is to tell them to say you are intellectually and morally superior to those horrible MAGA types, but it's all fake. Men don't have babies.
No.
But they have to say they do because they have to be better than us. That's the worst thing to them. What? I'm not as smart. Oh, my God, I'm the bad guy? That's how they pushed it. I was a lib when I lived in New York City. You either follow all the rules or you're out. If you follow the rules, you're a good person. You're one of us. And I just sort of lost it when they said, well, you should date a trans woman, KDJ. And I said, is that like a dude with a wiener? And they're like, yeah. Well, it's a woman with a wiener. I said, no, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. And I split.
Yeah, you really worked on that definition there, didn't you, for a while? I'm very impressed with that.
Thank you, Oscar
the
Mayer.
Scientific.
Do they take Tylenol? I'd like to know. That's something.
Now, was it the wide back that gave it out first, like the wide shoulders and the?
It was the scrotum that really.
So you got past the other parts.
Yeah, it was. It was wearing a jumpsuit, and I was afraid it was going to jump me.
Not a Friday night goes by that Kevin doesn't bring scrotum into the conversation.
Always.
I'm really getting worried about
mental
him.
note: scrotum is the word of the night.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'd like to buy scrotum for $500, Bob.
We could change it to beanbag if you boys would rather do that.
Come up with something.
I've got a couple words. We don't want to be canceled.
Well, we'll discuss that during the break. We'll figure out what else we can possibly go with. I don't want to talk about that or chesticles or any of those things. Anyhow, what about again? You talk about Trump, whether it be the culture part, and then he weaves it seamlessly into politics and policy, which I think is probably his strongest strength.
Yeah.
Because he can just kind of go right in and out, and again, it's the way he presents it that you go, yeah, you're kind of right. Even the left has to admit, yeah, he's kind of right, but we can't tell him he's right.
He understands the culture. That's the thing. He actually understands the culture of what regular people go through, even though he's, a billionaire. He's been out in the public eye. He's a builder. I remember meeting Donald Trump when I first started working in 1984. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to let me drop that name, okay, Donald Trump. But I would go to Trump Tower. That's where my clients were. And he'd be in there, and he's talking to the elevator guy. I saw him in restaurants. He's like, hey, who are you? He's just in touch, just as simple as that.
Right.
He just loves people, and he's in touch. That's the difference. They're just not in touch. They're in touch with data and stats.
Right.
So, and by the way, poll just came out. Favorable rating for the Democrats, the lowest since 2008, 30% unfavorable rating.
And how is it that high?
And 54%
It's still got to be a
unfavorable.
fixed poll.
30% favorable rating, 54% unfavorable, which is just staggering because they're usually up in the mid-40s, if not 50s.
Right. And what's interesting about the number is the date you mentioned, 2008. Who got elected in 2008?
Yeah.
Babalu.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
That they had that low of approval rating and he still got elected?
Yeah.
Shiver me timbers.
He was
Maybe
the
something
star.
was up back then.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
He was the beginning of all the nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
It all started with this
The
guy.
most divisive president ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got sports we're going to do tonight. Slick Rick has got that. Slick, how was your day?
Good day today. Busy watching the Ryder Cup. I wish the president would have did a twosome with his granddaughter. She would have been good. Those
Was
two
she
would have been
there?
fantastic.
I thought I saw
Kai
that.
was there.
Yeah, she was.
I think they needed to play for the U.S. today. Well, maybe we'll come back stronger tomorrow, though. That would have been good.
All right, very good. So we'll get an update from Slick Rick with sports coming up in the next segment. Vinny, how was your day, my friend?
My day was excellent. I did not watch the Ryder Cup. I was watching the men's bocce championships. That was big, huge. Anybody else see the men's bocce?
Yeah.
We were talking about the men's bocce championships and see it. Oh man, so exciting!
Yeah.
So exciting. Men drinking wine, big bellies, and just
Really?
rolling that ball over. And
Did you do anything that guys watch?
it's no, I did not watch any of that. I was decompressing, as you know. I do that on a regular basis.
Of course.
Yeah.
Kevin Downey Jr. is here. I don't know if you know this by now. He does have a radio show,
Yeah.
103.9
Yes.
LI News Radio. How are you, my friend?
He's new to the airwaves.
This rumor is true. I'm good. Thank you, Rick. Had a good day. I'll tell you, the Charlie Kirk news, it was horrific, but my God, what a week we had roaring back.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? There's so many good stories that we're probably not going to get to them all, but I'm going to keep reading them because they're just as funny the second time over.
All right, very good. So we'll do some news and stuff with Kevin Downey Jr., with Vinnie Mac, and of course, Paul Nolan is here. Paul, how are you?
I am well, my friend. Let's go to commercial break.
Yeah. How you doing?
You don't want to talk? All right, very good. So we'll take our first break of the evening. Again, thank you to everybody that came out on this Friday night at the America First Warehouse. We are broadcasting live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on Friday night. We got a lot of stuff on tap. We'll be back. We'll be back. Stay there.
How you doing? All right. Let's see what's going on out in social media here.
Chat live in the chat.
What's going on, YouTubers?
I'm checking out X and Facebook tonight, just so you know. I'm trying to double
and I'm going to do
down.
X and the YouTube.
I did not know that.
And
that is
YouTube.
weird, wacky stuff there, Paul. Weird, wacky.
How weird is it?
It's
it's so weird, it's wacky.
It's wacky. Scott Edwards, man, what's happening out there?
All
Good
right,
to see
Rumble,
Ricky
Rumble,
Pope.
Rumble, live in the Rumble chats.
Yeah.
The Twixers are in there as well, Twitter X. Charles Barkley Shorts. I love that guy.
Charles Barkley Shorts. That's his name?
Yeah, 417. Raiders 45-58. Kit Kat is in there. Skeet Mans. Vanita Simmons also in the Twix, as well as Elsie San Diego and Racing Banshee over on the Rebels. MAGA Patriot. TJK 3746, Small Town Barbie, Sparky Glenn. What's up, Sparky Glenn?
Did you say Tanita Samuel was in the chat?
I didn't say that. Sure.
Hey, Aaron, do you have that clip, the clips I sent you, or no?
Ed the Great.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Corn Pop 007.
What a name.
Let's see.
Where's the McGroin? There should be a McGroin in here somewhere. Hassan Fever. RD Bull. Koozie. All right, you guys did very good in that first segment. Keep up the good work, so we don't have to have you replaced.
And Rick is judging tonight. What do you get? What's the prize you're willing to offer tonight, Rick Delgado?
They get to go home with you.
Really? Oh, man. I don't know if they'd want to do that, man. I mean, if you know how to play bocce, come home with me.
There'd be a lot of decompressing with Vin.
Yeah, we decompress quite a bit. All right, let's see.
Oh, hey, ho. How you doing? What's up over there? How you doing over here?
Who?
Good.
Clip.
All right, we got about 20 seconds.
Is the Real America Voice stream cooking?
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night, live from the America First Warehouse, and also live on 103.9 LI News Radio. Welcome back to the program. I forgot to mention at the top of the show, because we were so busy with President Trump at the Ryder Cup and Bethpage and all that stuff. Damon is off tonight, if you haven't noticed. He was talking about it all the last couple weeks. You know, he's going up for Parents' Weekend, his first weekend at his son's college, so we wish them the best. He wanted to be here. Well, he wanted to be here so he could go to Ryder Cup, but it didn't work out. So he'll be back, of course, on Monday. Vinnie Mac, Kevin Downey Jr., and Paul Nolan all have news. We'll be getting to that. But let's kick off some sports with the one, the only Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself a lot of money on some great stuff from a great guy and a great company. Slick, what do you got, my friend?
Well, we got something big going on Long Island, right? The Ryder Cup, Bethpage Black, Farmingdale today. It was unbelievable. I know we showed the videos in the beginning. Well, before we get to that recap, I want to show another great moment when Captain Keegan Bradley grabbed the flag. Aaron, if you could roll cut 14 for us when they opened up today. That was just absolutely fabulous. Get to that. There you go. That's how you started off. That's a captain there. Grabbed the flag, impromptu, ran across the course to get folks fired up. First thing this morning.
Looks like Joe the Box.
Yeah.
Just like Joe the Box. Joe, we got a job for you. Yeah. Next golf tournament, I'm going to have Joe come down. Fantastic. But unfortunately, we didn't have such a great day on the course. Thank you for that, Aaron. Europe starts fast. Bills 3-point lead on U.S. at Ryder Cup earlier today. Mark Schleyback of ESPN, Farmingdale, New York. Europe's biggest stars showed up and the American team didn't. On the opening day of the 45th Ryder Cup on Friday, which is why the U.S. will have to climb out of another big hole over the final 2 days at Bethpage Black. European stars Tommy Fleetwood, Rory McIlroy, who really got heckled, right? Good old Rory. And John Rahm didn't lose a match in the first 2 sessions, while Scotty Scheffler and Bryson DeChambeau failed to earn a point, following the Europeans to take a 5.5 to 2.5 lead. So it's not over. Like the captain said, Bradley, he said it's only the first quarter, so we're hoping they come back tomorrow, because it would really be nice to win. I know the president really wants to see him win, because he was really fired up when he was there today.
Well,
with his granddaughter.
Yeah, they were getting shut out until he showed up.
Exactly.
So hopefully that, the little touch that he has where he helps people win will kick in tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I think they'll ramp it up pretty quick. And also, we got the Mets now. They're on the road. They got a big game tonight. Actually, they're up 2-0 in Florida. They need this win tonight. They're trying to clinch the last wild card spot in the National League. They're going up against my Cincinnati Reds, who are just starting to play. 8-10 was the first pitch with the Reds. Mets really just need to win. If they win 1 game, they have a good chance of being in. If they win 2, they're definitely in. So big weekend for the New York Mets. Yeah.
So I'm rooting. 1 will win, most likely, and 2 they're in, and then I get to watch my heart get broken again.
Exactly. you know the Mets.
Okay, I just want to. Thank you, sir.
But and then the Yankees are already in, so of course the Yankees will be in the playoffs. So that's good stuff. Aaron Judge coming off another great year, and so that's a wrap in sports. Rick, I'll have an update. I'll keep an update on that Mets game. I got a couple of other stories, including information on that young man that did that shooting at the NFL headquarters. They finally have a diagnosis on that. I'm going to run that story a little bit later too.
All right,
that's
very
a wrap
good.
In sports.
Thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com and use our code LFS6B at checkout. Speaking of the Ryder Cup, Slick, did you see the part where President Trump was standing behind Bryson DeChambeau when he teed off?
I actually did. I saw that. I saw the picture and the clip when he was walking with him.
Talk about pressure, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? and an avid golfer and a darn good golfer too, right?
Yeah.
And his granddaughter Kai, who's really, she's going, I think that was the University of Florida. She's an incredible golfer as well, the young lady. So let's be interesting to see. Maybe she'll be a pro one day.
Yeah.
Don's daughter.
Isn't she legit? Like has a
legit,
she's legit.
Legit.
Like
yeah.
she can legitimately go pro.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. And what's funny too is that I think DeChambeau cranked out like a 370-yarder.
He's a tank.
With the president standing right behind him.
He's unreal.
He is a tank.
He's one of the best.
Anyhow, speaking of the president, President Trump, I don't know if you guys caught this, but looks like he wins again. Yes, U.S. Supreme Court today rules that Trump can withhold $4 billion in foreign aid if he so chooses. So congratulations.
I love it.
I mean, why do we got to go to the Supreme Court for this stuff? This is just obvious. All these rogue judges holding up logical decisions. He shouldn't have to deal with any of this stuff. And especially with foreign aid.
Right.
I mean, are you kidding me?
But this is the playbook, right? Yeah. This is the playbook when they went after him with lawfare. And we've said it before. I actually got the term, the phrase from Dan Bongino. The process is the punishment. Even if he's totally cured, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that they can tie you up in court, make you spend money. That is the punishment. If they get something out of it, well then woohoo. But not only do they get to destroy you in the court of public opinion, that's the goal. They do the wrap-up smear, as Nancy Pelosi liked to talk about.
But they're doing that now at home.
Right. And they drag you off the road so you can't do what you want to do. They focus, all the negativity on you, and that's the punishment.
Your life savings.
Right. And they deplete. Right. Most people cannot handle a case against the federal government. Unfortunately for them, Donald Trump could.
Don't you think the Supreme Court should just make basic rulings that, hey, no circuit courts can rule on federal decisions like this that the president do? Shouldn't they just make a blanket decision so these small courts have no say in anything? Right now, it's so ambiguous that they just come out with some ruling with some judge from Arkansas that has no idea what's going on, and he holds up billions of dollars that are supposed to be withheld or whatever Trump's trying to do.
Right.
Like, it doesn't make any sense that they just didn't do a blanket,
because
what do they call it, credo or something?
Then that would be the court making laws, and we can't have that. Right?
Well,
It's got to go through Congress.
It's making jurisdiction. It's not making laws. They're not going to make a law. They're just saying you have the right to judge on these things. You don't have the right to judge on these other things. It's this common sense. Like, they don't have the right to judge on federal decisions. They have the right to judge on local decisions.
No, I understand, but they have to have Congress actually spell that out for them.
Oh.
That's one of the holdups.
Yeah, well, we win the midterms. Let's put that on the agenda, okay? We'll take care of that.
Now, if Trump withholds his $4 billion, who's going to pay for the transgender puppet show in Madagascar?
Yeah. You know, that's the thing you got to think about.
Oh, I think about it.
Yeah.
They might have to go to somebody like George Soros.
Keeps them up all night.
George Soros is busy paying for Antifa to beat us up.
I'm going to be very afraid to look at your search files, okay? Madagascar. Yeah, Timmy Tina. Yes, she's good.
He's on the FBI hit list.
Again?
So, yeah, the Supreme Court ruled today 6-3 conservative majority. Why has it got to be 3? The court's 3 liberal justices, of course, dissented. The court said in the unsigned order that aid groups may lack the legal authority to bring their challenge, which means they have no standing, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of gobbledygook. Of course, the liberals screamed, grabbed their pearls, screamed at the
3
sky.
judges, Supreme Court judges, the highest in the land, ruled against a ridiculously logical ruling.
Right, exactly. But this is what you get from the liberal side. It's their agenda. Let's take it to court because they know they're going to go. They're going to go judge shopping. They'll find the right judge who will say, "Sure, I'll do this. I don't care about my career, and nothing can happen to me anyway because I'm here for life."
Yeah.
You know, they kind of flip everybody off.
Yeah, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The notion that there's anything, including a liberal judge on the Supreme Court.
Right. I've heard you say this.
It's just the Constitution. Stop. Don't bend it in such a demented way. Like, it's outrageous.
Right.
And every time I hear someone talk about taking away your Second Amendment rights, like, do you not know the term traitor? It's not on the table. Leave it. Get out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because they think that that's something that's negotiable. That's not negotiable. It's written in. It's not negotiable. And it's not so we can go hunting. It's to keep people like the left from encroaching on these rights.
Or the left who constantly says Trump's a dictator and a fascist and they don't want us to have our guns. Remember how many times they said the government will never take over? And all they tell us is the government's about to take over.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Good point. All right, we'll come back. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go around. We got January 6th news, don't we, Paul?
Yes, we do.
All right, we'll tackle that. We've got the James Comey indictment. Oh, and a whole lot more. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Woo! Join us in the chats. No flipping.
It sounds good now.
Yeah, you sound better now, but we still have a buzz and a hum.
On the YouTube, so Kai Trump is going to the University of Miami.
Yeah.
I was in the right state, but wrong school. University of Miami Hurricane. So she'll be on the golf team there. That'll be something.
As everybody out in Facebook world, let me see what any of my
I did get
regulars.
some clips about January 6th. I couldn't find what I wanted because I didn't have a whole lot of time today, but I really wanted to find some of those staged events that were happening behind the closed doors. Remember when it first happened, I think the first thing I said was, this is a false flag. And you know, obviously Damon thought I was crazy. And we just kept coming with more receipts. And
there he is. Good to see you, brother.
Hey,
thank you. Yes.
The Tigers going to make the playoffs? They've been.
Who?
The Tigers. They have this
Yes, they're right there. They're American League. They're right there. They're in the last wild card spot as we speak. But they're battling it out with Cleveland.
Weren't they like 15 and a half games?
They made it. Yeah, they blew
Aaron.
it.
Yeah, I got
they
you.
fell
I'll go to the
asleep.
clip sheet now.
8 games in a row.
They fell asleep in Detroit.
Thank
I got you, kiddo.
Good to see you.
But yeah, they're in the last spot. They have a good shot. They just need to win 1 or 2 this weekend. Only 3 games left.
Oh, geez.
This is the season. This Sunday.
I've never seen such a slide.
Yeah, I know. Mets slid quite a bit too.
So KDJ, Kathy Benedetta Poliquin invited you to come with me to Florida. She's going to make us an Italian meal. She wants to know when you're going to be in Florida.
Oh, I don't know. No plans.
No plans?
No plans at the moment.
No clubs. All right.
Thank you. That'll be easier for me to
see what I can do.
Kathy's going to let you know. Greta Garbo, they don't believe in the Constitution, and that is exactly right.
Okay.
There you go.
Are you going to do it coming straight out?
No, we got to talk about it first.
Yeah, okay.
Don't just do it. We got to talk about it first. Yeah.
No, we're playing it first. That's how it works.
Interesting.
All right, we got about 20 seconds. You guys are doing good. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, good audience tonight. Job.
Aaron, I only see 2 cuts here for me.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Bo Davidson, and tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting a 1-hour special all about Angel Studios and the brand new partnership Real America's Voice has forged with them. Now, you know the name Angel Studios because of The Chosen, Sound of Freedom, Tuttle Twins, Cabrini, The Shift, and a ton of other great content. I'll be talking to stars from Angel's productions such as Neil McDonough, Lee Allen Baker, and Sean Stone, who has a great new documentary about the Kennedys. So tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to watch this special, and you'll want to hear all about a brand new promotion that will give you exclusive access. See you there.
Angel Studios and Real America's Voice. It doesn't get any better than that. Join us Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for an inside look at the film studio changing the industry, only on Real America's Voice.
Live from Studio 6B.
Oh, yeah.
Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Welcome back to the program. If you're just wondering what you saw there with Angel Studios, Vin, you know something about this, right? This big thing that's happening tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m.?
The leadership at Real America's Voice, and I think you've seen how they feel about faith and family within the news organization. They're not afraid to talk about that and bring that to the public.
Amen.
And we partnered with Angel Studios, and we're going to be doing a regular show once we get everything going. But if you tune in Saturday at 7 o'clock, you'll see everything going on in Angel, a lot of behind-the-scenes segments and stuff like that. Great movies, by the way. The documentary about RFK, it's worth the price of admission. It's spectacular. It gives you a real insight as to what he's talking about. They're doing great movies. They just went public, and so they've got a lot of funding to make the kind of movies that inspire youth, that deal with faith, but also deal with positivity, redemption, good things that Charlie Kirk, by the way, would be behind in a big way. And I know he was a big fan of Angel Studios. So kudos to our ownership for having the wherewithal and the guts to come out and say, that's okay, we're going to talk about that. So,
guts.
Amazing.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with Angel Studios, of course, I think the biggest one to date has to be Sound of Freedom.
Absolutely.
That's the one that kind of put them on the map.
The Chosen and Sound of Freedom, probably the two biggest things that ever happened there.
So there you have it. So we look forward to that. Again, that's going to be tomorrow night, Saturday night at 7 p.m. Tune in and check it out. Mark it down on your calendars. So that's happening tomorrow night. What happened yesterday was Just the News and our very own John Solomon released some big news regarding January 6th, Paul, something we had talked about when it all went down.
Oh, yeah.
We've been talking about it for the last, however many years it is now, for 4 years.
Wow.
4.5 years at this point.
Where'd that go?
The FBI finally acknowledged that it had not 25, maybe a little bit more than that. They're not sure. A lot of times we got the answer of 0. Turns out they were off by just a little bit. 274 plainclothes agents in the massive crowds on January 6th in front of the Capitol. More than 4.5 years after questions were first raised about the level of FBI involvement that day, a senior congressional source said the number is not necessarily a surprise, since the FBI often embeds counter-surveillance personnel at large events. And again, it's all in the wording. That's from the FBI. They're plainclothes agents. We don't know about their human sources or their intelligence assets.
By the way.
It's all you got to dice it all up.
Yep.
Plus, of course, remember the FBI is not the only intelligence agency we have. You also had the Capitol Police that were involved, who a lot of their officers were saying they were duped into what they did as well, right, Paul?
Without a doubt. And we also know the CIA has got their hand in everything. We also know that, like you said, human assets. We also know black operatives are always highly paid to incite and to kind of force agendas. And we talked about this the day after it happened. The first thing I said was, this is a false flag attack. None of this here looks like MAGA. This here looks exactly like the MO of Antifa, MBLM, and all these agent provocateurs. It's been these false flags have forced more agendas than really any other thing that goes on in the deep state, statecraft apparatus. So we have a bunch of clips here.
Yeah, we do. Let's get it kicked off. Let's take you back to 2021, shall we? With a little flashback with fathead himself, Brian Stelter, his first go around on CNN. Here he is blasting Tucker Carlson over making that claim. Cut number 1. You got to see this to believe it. Cut number 1. Check this out.
When you assume you make an ass of me.
Tucker Carlson must have forgotten this lesson from The Odd Couple, because his latest January 6th conspiracy theory makes huge assumptions in a baseless bid to let rioters off the hook.
But strangely, some of the key people who participated on January 6th have not been charged.
Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene assuming Carlson is right and saying we need names and answers about the FBI operatives who were involved. But this is just yet another baseless theory that Carlson has hyped to millions of people. The existence of unnamed, as yet uncharged co-conspirators does not mean that they were working undercover for the FBI.
Yeah, of course, now we're starting to get the real news, because the news comes in the wake of the U.S. Department of Justice, the Office of the Inspector General at the FBI. Basically, they were saying, there were no undercover personnel in the January 6th crowds. Now we know that they have lied, which I don't know. I'm not very much surprised. Here's a little bit more of Fathead himself. Cut number 2 as he continues.
Do we have to listen to that guy?
Just
really?
one more time.
All right. Oh, my God.
You know what? I love seeing this because we know that he was lying as well.
Yeah, well, there you go.
And,
Absolutely.
and this is how long this lie has been going on.
Before we get to this, does anybody know who Mark Dice is?
Yeah.
Mark Dice does the best Brian Stelter impersonation. So if you ever seen his clips doing it, I wish you had it in Mark Dice's voice right now.
Yeah, too bad we don't. Cut number 2. Here it is, another flashback with Fathead.
This is how the right-wing media world works. Starts on a fringe website, gets onto Tucker's show, then it spreads all throughout the GOP, and that's what's happened in the last 24 hours. In the MAGA echo chamber, the idea is that brave patriots were entrapped by the feds,
I'm
were
getting low
tricked
T
or
just
were
watching
pushed
this.
into starting a riot. No evidence at all, lots of evidence to the contrary, but Tucker somehow seems to need to provide excuses for these rioters, so let them off the hook.
Yeah, so there you have it. Obviously, his mom took Tylenol, right, Paul?
Tylenol PM. He's only autistic at night when he's on TV.
Yeah, exactly. Did you know, though, if you look at some stats, first off, the AP said there were 10,000 people at that Trump event, and 2,000 went into the Capitol. That's what they said. The 2009 Super Bowl had 200 FBI agents there. 200 FBI at the Super Bowl. Look at the numbers.
Yeah, look at the
almost
number
300 at this event, and there were only 2,000 that actually went in. And we were talking last night about this, and I think the number's way higher. I think we're more like 500, 600.
Well, I believe there's estimates there were 1,200 human assets as well.
There you go.
That makes sense.
Right.
So that puts it around 1,450 or 1,500, and that doesn't even include the D.C. police, and it doesn't include the Homeland Security. It doesn't include other agencies. I'm assuming it was at least 2,000 to 2,500 agitators.
Kevin was there.
Wait, I could have gotten paid to go?
Yeah.
And you'd have been protected.
Yeah, I've been duped.
You missed another paycheck, brother.
Damn it.
Now, Paul, you had some other clips, and again, these are going back in time. This is the stuff that was out there. If you remember, we played a lot of these clips when we first came across them. A lot of this was, people walking around videotaping, and all of a sudden they look back and they see, wow, what did I catch here by mistake? Or maybe they purposely, walked up to somebody because they saw something that looked suspicious.
Well, let's start with cut 10. Cut 10, it speaks for itself. Just listen to the last words of this. You'll see it there. It says, delete this. We should have it full screen.
Boy, that doesn't look shady.
See, you hear it right there. She yells, delete that.
Right.
So that was that. And then there's the...
And what was that? That was a bunch of
kids who got off a bus, and they just
changed
started
into
their
Trump
MAGA
clothing.
gear.
Yeah.
And there was another. What was the one here? Pretend. Which cut was that?
You like to buy a vowel?
Cut 8. I think cut 8 has this one.
Okay.
They weren't labeled.
What's the floor plan?
Oh yeah. They're in the back room, dressed up with cops, talking about what their plan is.
Look at this.
That's amazing.
That is.
They're all in there before the riot really happens, and they're waiting.
It's like a theater group getting ready for a performance.
By the way, I wish I would have found the ones we played back in the day, which was so much more damning. But Aaron, I think that when.
But I mean, look at this. They're already inside the building.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting coached,
right,
by the person with the bullhorn telling them, okay, this is what we got to do. This guy's telling them we got to yell, push forward. And they're changing their clothes.
Wow.
Because I guess that's the green room for insurrection. Is that the insurrection green room?
Yeah.
Did they have pizza in the back?
Yeah.
Did they have pizza?
Yeah, it was a casting call for insurrectionists. If you have talent, if you know how to act, you can too be an insurrectionist.
Yeah. If you still live in your mom's basement and, if you're a female with underarm hair growth, sure, come on down.
I feel like I was just an extra now.
Yeah. Hey, you should have gotten a SAG card or something from this whole thing. Yeah. If you watch The View, we've got something for you if you're an actor.
Yeah, it's amazing. So again, the FBI now having to come forward and admit they had more than they initially said, which they said 25. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we forgot that 0, and the other 20. It was actually 274. And again, you make the point. We talk about the human assets because they always delineate it. You always got to listen to what they say, how they say it, because it's all lawyers speak mumbo jumbo. Well, we had 275 agents in the crowd. What about human intelligence assets? What about that? Or what do you call it? And they'll try to say, well, we don't have human assets. What do you call them?
Yeah.
You have to peel through that garbage with these people to get to the right vernacular that they're using, so you can finally trap them, because that's what they're doing. It's like I was asked, hey, do you ever sleep with that girl? No, of course I never slept with that girl. Didn't ask me the right question. I was awake the whole time. Right?
Yeah. We talked about this last night. If anybody watched the show last night, we were talking about no one ever thought Trump was going to win. They never thought he'd come back. And if a Republican got in, it was going to be a swamp creature.
Yeah.
So now, who do we got? Cash Patel, baby.
Yeah.
Cash
Love
Patel.
Cash. Yeah. Love
This
Cash.
is why. They never thought this would come out. That's why none of this stuff was, we didn't know anything. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
this is their worst nightmare, Trump getting into office.
Between that and the burn bags that they found, right, that were supposed to be destroyed.
I got 2 more clips on the other side if you want to continue this on the other side.
Yeah, we'll definitely continue that. Because this is a huge story. This is not going to go away. This is just the start of peeling all this back.
And I've been saying since Jump Street, this is the best low-hanging fruit. It's the closest in the timeline. And this is something that the left has hung their hat on about how evil the MAGA Jan 6 evil people, violent people are. So this is a big win.
You've been saying that since Jump Street? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Him and Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
21 Jump Street.
How's that for a reference?
Wow, my brother.
Live from Studio 6B, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll continue this along with a lot more. We got some more sports with Slick. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
I've been saying that since Jump Street. I've been saying that since Laverne and Shirley. I mean, come on. Where'd you come up with that?
Oh, it's just
it just came out?
No, it's just an expression I've always used. In fact, the pretty little girl who made us all pictures actually wrote it online.
I think we're finding Vince's limit on culture. Even Aaron's. Aaron's been saying that.
Yeah, I never picked that. Maybe if it was a Seinfeld reference, I'd be there. But that was a good one. That's a good one.
I love the Odd Couple. Were you guys Odd Couple fans?
Yeah, the best.
I used to recite that. We love the Odd Couple.
That scene with Felix with the assume is great.
I love how overexcited Oscar gets in the.
Felix.
All right, we got about 2 minutes till we go back. If you haven't said hello to Joe DeBox, he's walking around. You can't miss him. He's carrying the American flag. I think it's actually, I think he had it surgically attached to himself.
Yeah, it's kind of like a tail. He's got that.
He transitioned into a flag.
He identifies as a flag, you mean? Yeah. I'm a flag.
She caught that.
Aaron, can you hear me? Aaron?
I think she's busy.
Oh, I lost track. Which 2 clips was that? 10 and 7?
10 and 8.
10 and 8, okay. All right, so if we want to come back on the other side, Yeah, the guy with the fake credentials of all the networks. Right. Yeah, that would be, that's perfect that I got him sequenced right. Okay, good.
Yeah, that 11 one is 2 minutes. So
That's why I want to
edit that.
We might want to. It's good though. Like if we want to open with it, just say let's start here and continue the subject after it.
Yeah, I'll just.
But if you think it's too long, we won't do it.
No, I'll start with you, and you can pull that one first if you want.
Okay. You know what we'll do? We'll do the shorter clip, and if you feel like it fits, we'll.
Greg DeGarbo says people were paid $250 just to show up.
Yep,
$250. Flyers out offering.
I did it for free.
You get a voucher? You didn't get a voucher?
I didn't get any. I didn't even
What'd
get
you
free
get?
lunch.
IHOP coupon?
I got a number 3 and a small Coke. That's about it. Well, yeah, incredible that they have to do this.
Thank you, LSU Patriot.
20 seconds. So bring that up on the air. Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Joe DeBox waving the flag at the America First Warehouse, and of course broadcasting live on 103.9 LI News Radio. Thank you for coming back. Slick has got some sports. We'll be doing that in just a little bit, but let's continue on with the one of the big stories that kind of broke yesterday. Again, the FBI acknowledging that they had way more than 0, way more than 25, upwards of 270 275 plainclothes agents in the massive crowds on January 6th, basically there to stir up some trouble and make things happen that maybe wouldn't have happened if they weren't involved. And that's just counting the ones that they're admitting to. That doesn't count the CIA, Homeland Security, D.C. Police, other intelligence agencies that might have sent people over, human assets, whatever that number. I think, Paul, you probably said it right. Probably around 2,000, right?
And we're not even counting Antifa.
No, we're not counting.
We had video of busloads of Antifa coming in, and we saw people screaming, "What the heck's going on here?" The white buses just kept coming in.
Yeah, there was a clip of Clay Higgins pointing that out to Chris Wray, another guy who could go down the Comey road.
Yep, I was thinking the same thing.
Because talk about a guy who lied, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's 5 Pinocchios right there. And this went down under his watch.
Yeah.
So I mean, Comey, the best case scenario was he do a couple months. I mean, it'll be hilarious. But I'd really like to see Christopher Wray do a little time, do a little personal time, 6 to 8 months, whatever they made Bannon do. Throw 3 more months on top of it.
Well, whatever they made Martha Stewart do, that's the same charge, the exact same charge they put that woman in jail for.
Yep.
So, in my view, it should be equal to that, if not more.
If not more.
And she made like 40 grand on that deal. That was chump change. She made like 40 grand, and Comey went after her.
She gave it to Kevin. He was looking for some money.
Right.
Yeah, it was good. It was nice.
Get back on my feet.
You got 40 from her? Can I borrow 20 bucks?
Yeah.
40 grand. And Comey did it because he wanted to make a name for himself.
Yeah, of course.
All he wanted to do was fame. And
total karma, right?
What's that?
Total karma, right?
Absolutely. It'd be so great.
Payback.
The problem, though, is there's a couple of elderly women who got 2 years for saying a prayer in front of an abortion clinic, while some Antifa princess got a year and a half for burning a cop car in Brooklyn in the name of St. George Floyd, and then passing out firebombs to other animals. A year and a half, but 2 years for praying.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to be as much fun as we want it to be, because I think they already got a judge. I read today, my fiance sent it to me. Trump is mad. They got a communist judge.
Yeah, they got a Biden appointed judge or an Obama appointed judge, and from what I understand already, the thinking is Comey's attorney is going to push to have the charges thrown out. Hopefully that won't happen. I don't see how they can make that happen. They kind of got him dead to rights on this.
Yeah. But Comey's going to be able to say, well, as the acting director, it was the best intelligence I got at the time, so I'm absolved. And that's how he's going to get off.
Well, we'll see what happens.
He was leaking information, though.
Yeah.
I know. He was nailed. But
it's not about the intelligence, whether it was true or not. It was what he was doing with it.
Yeah.
And the leak is what it was. It could have been Kevin's hair dye color that he uses.
I don't dye my hair.
That's natural sunshine. Are you kidding?
That's autumn sunrise.
Yeah,
streaky.
Hi, I'm Kevin Downey Jr. This is natural sunshine.
Yes,
it is.
I call this under a Tuscan sun.
I'm half Irish, half Duran Duran. I'm sorry.
Tuscan Downey Jr. We'll call him. Yeah, how's that sound?
I like that.
You know, on this whole thing, here's where I kind of come out of this whole thing. One, we have to arrest as many as possible, even if the charges don't stick, because during discovery, they are going to find, and we talked about this last night too, they're going to find more and more information. Just like what we're talking about with this January 6th fiasco and the FBI folks that are there that stirred up trouble. Someone's got to get arrested, and then in that arrest, we're going to find out all the people that were part of figuring out to do that. That's a plan.
Yeah.
Like, that's not just like, let's send some FBI agents and let's do this rogue thing. There is no chance.
Right.
Pelosi's involved.
Right.
All that leadership's involved. And discovery is the key.
Yeah.
You find all the text messages. You get all the emails. You go to jail if you delete them. So we got to do this one by one, and we're going to peel this onion back.
Yeah, and it's no longer a theory. It's an actual conspiracy.
Yeah.
That's what you find out.
That's right.
And even if no one goes to jail, the normies, and I don't think there are any here. No, these are all patriots.
Hang on a second.
Our normie neighbors are going to wake up and see, wow, this is some serious rot.
Yeah.
And,
without a doubt.
Even if they don't go to jail, they're going to see it. And I think the Democratic Party is going to be hobbled for maybe 10 years.
Hopefully longer.
I'm going to throw a question out there.
Make it 20.
Yeah.
We saw when big tech got exposed, they all started to play ball.
Yeah.
So my question really is, I really don't think they're going to get arrested. I really don't. I think they're above the law. They're not like normal people like us who spend the rest of our lives in jail. They're they live on a different plane than us. So will it discourage future swamp creatures from being so brazen? We saw the way big tech got in line, and we could talk about that later about how they're not so in line. But
they're already quitting, Paulie. They're already resigning.
Yeah.
Handfuls of them. That's deep state. Those are the swamp wigglers. Those are the bog frogs. Those are the ones who have to pay or go away. Right. So you hit the nail on the head, 100%.
Yeah. You know, I think the key is we have to win the midterms.
Yes.
We have to win the next election, and we have to win the election after that. We can't have a situation that in 4 years they get back in power and all of a sudden big tech is doing the same exact thing. Why? Because they will.
Absolutely.
They will. They're all the big donors. We have to win. That is the key.
And you know, that's the point I was going to make next. That's, you just remind, they have to win, right? Without a doubt. These, the people out there on the right who are saying we can't lower ourselves to their level, we can't play the same lawfare game. We didn't like what they did it to us. What do you mean? It's like outrageous.
No, that's over. We got Trump.
They
that's
set
over.
the parameters. They set the rules.
Right.
They created the game. So we're going to play it back the other way. And to say that they wouldn't play it that and won't play it back when they get power is ridiculous. Yeah. They're going to be even worse the next time around. So they have to come with full force. And Trump owes us an arrest. He owes us a conviction.
Yeah.
We deserve one. We've been behind him. So
but we're doing the honest thing. Like they did the dishonest thing. They went after people for dishonest reasons and setup. We're doing the honest thing. They did bad things.
You bet.
And we're just going after them.
Right.
It's not like we're making this stuff up, because we're not. Like they did. They made stuff up.
And it's not like they're not on TV every night telling us what they're going to do when they get back in power. So not only are the elections in 2 years from now, we're talking about next year, the midterms, because they already said if they grab power in the House, it will be indictments, it'll be impeachments. It's just going to be a disaster.
Do you guys think Trump made a mistake from a logistical standpoint when he wrote that truth to Pam Bondi, demanding an arrest? Because I was reading some legal scholars discussing it, and they think that's going to be a big problem in this case against Comey. Do you guys believe that's going to be a problem, or?
I think no matter what happens, they're going to find something to be a problem. No matter what.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can be quiet, and they're going to say, well, he's talking behind the scenes. They're always going to find a reason, and they're always going to say, this is like Trump with the FCC. Well, he's going after the FCC. All right, well, Biden had the CIA and the FBI go to Twitter and say, all right, censor these ones and these ones.
Yeah, right.
And we know that happened.
Right.
So, but they're always going to find a reason.
But you know what? And James Comey said it the best. The first day of the Biden administration. Here it is, cut number 4. Here's what he said about Donald Trump. Cut 4. Check this out.
Convict him, bar him from future service, have the prosecutors, the local prosecutors in New York, pursue him for the fraudster that he was before he ever became president, lock him up for the garden variety frauds he did there, but don't give him that center stage, that dominant role in our national life just down the street from where Joe Biden is trying to heal this nation.
Yeah.
It looks like,
oh, God. That's good comedy.
The auto pen is trying to handle the nation.
Payback, baby.
By the way, it looked like Martha Stewart dressed up his living room.
I'm sure she did.
All right. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We'll come back. We'll do some sports kicking off the top of the hour with Slick Rick. Yeah. We'll kick it over to Vinnie Mac and Kevin Downey Jr., see what's going on with them as well. And, of course, everybody live in the chats. Join us in the chats. Hour number 1 in the books. Hour number 2 up next. Live from Studio 6B. Stay there. Good job, everybody, in hour number 1.
Good job, yeah. These guys are great.
No matter what Trump says or does, Paul, they're going to pull it out. As Kevin was saying, no matter what he says or does, he could say the worst possible thing or the best possible thing, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're going to pull it out.
I was talking from a legal standpoint that he might have actually derailed a conviction because of him, like, requesting or an edict.
Right. Well, saying we need to do that.
Yeah, make an arrest. he might have violated. I can't remember. I'm not a lawyer.
And you're not trying to play one on TV?
Disclaimer.
Especially with that jacket.
I ain't no doctor. Oh, really? Yeah, Uncle Tony, you're not a doctor.
How you doing?
You're 600 pounds and you
look like you could be doing a commercial for Nolan and Nolan.
Did you break your toe?
Did he break your toe?
Do you know someone with a broken toe? I specialize in broken toes.
Don't forget we have the Oddsmakers coming up, right?
Yes, Oddsmakers 9:30.
9:30. You're going to announce that too.
That's very odd.
That'll be 9. We have a guest coming on for an Oddsmaker. Yeah. So we can do a quick hit if you want to do sports in the first segment. I'll just give you a quick score. I'll talk about that CTE concussion thing. Yeah. This way, 9:30, and that'll probably be it.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, what's the name of the guy for the Oddsmakers?
Eddie Brown. Eddie Brown from downtown. Eddie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nicely done.
And do you know where Eddie's from yet?
Unlawful command.
All right.
Hey, Paul, you got the
Have you
YouTube
been-
chat.
have
LSU
you been
Patriot for
tipping back?
$2. Paul, can you get Slick's jacket size? Thanks, bro. He wants to send me a jacket, probably. I'm a 38. Regular
If
or
you
short?
send the jackets, I'm a 44. Maybe a 46, but I'm not wearing that.
Slick is a 38
I'm holding on to a
slim.
38. Oh,
He's a 38 slim. Look at him.
I'm holding on. Look at him.
What size is that? 38 slick?
38 short. 38S for Slick. 38 off for Rick. 38S for Slick.
38, man. I graduated
That's like the
sixth grade.
small. That's like the
38.
smallest. I think 36 is the smallest you could buy. I can't fit into a 36.
I was wearing husky jeans.
Yeah, no, tough skins with the knees.
Did you
Remember
have
the
the
matches?
thing? Yeah.
Paul was in 5th grade wearing
We're
it.
all
Hey there, everyone. I'm Bo Davidson. And tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting a one-hour special all about Angel Studios and the brand new partnership Real America's Voice has forged with them. Now, you know the name Angel Studios because of The Chosen, Sound of Freedom, Tuttle Twins, Cabrini, The Shift, and a ton of other great content. I'll be talking to stars from Angel's productions such as Neil McDonough, Lee Allen Baker, and Sean Stone, who has a great new documentary about the Kennedys. So tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to watch this special, and you'll want to hear all about a brand new promotion that will give you exclusive access. See you there.
Angel Studios and Real America's Voice. It doesn't get any better than that. Join us Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for an inside look at the film studio changing the industry, only on Real America's Voice.
Your television sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B.
The president. The president. Woo!
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, 1175, Samsung TV Plus. Also find us on Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, and Select TV 106. And all of the social medias that you got, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, Kick. Join us in those chats. Say hello. Join those communities. And have a good time. It's a Friday night at the America First Warehouse, Joe. Joe the Box.
Joe the Box.
Making this possible. Fast hour number one. If you're just joining us, Big D is off tonight. He'll be back on Monday. He's doing the old parents' weekend at his kids' college for the first time.
Yeah.
So wishing him the best.
Yep.
And let's do some sports. Why don't we? Let's kick it right off. We skipped Slick the last time, but let's do some sports now. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Join us on MyPillow.com. You can use our code LFS6B. Check out also the Oddsmakers, Slick.
Yes.
At 9:30.
Got it. Took my words away. Yep. absolutely. Oddsmakers coming up at 9:30, and we have a guest picker tonight as well, so we cannot wait. Kevin, I got an answer for you. You asked about your Detroit Tigers. I know, poor kid, he grew up in Michigan. He had to come to New York to get straightened out, but he's here just the same now. But they're up 3-1. They're up in Boston taking on the Red Sox. They need that win because them and Boston are going for that last spot in the AL. So they're up 3-1, top of the 7th inning. Not such good news for the Met fans. They're trailing 6-2 to the Marlins right now in the top of the 7th. And Cincinnati, who's chasing the Mets, they're losing to the Brewers 1-0, top of the 4th, but they have men on 1st and 3rd with none out. So for those who like baseball, these are really great pennant races for the wild card here, and going down to the wire. I'll have one more update before the end of the night, but I do want to get to that story about that man who actually shot up the NFL headquarters. Everybody remembers that crazy story, right?
Yeah.
This is gunman in NFL headquarters building shooting diagnosed with CTE. This is Michael Rothstein and Shweta Sarandon of ESPN. Shane Tamura, the man who killed 4 people and then himself in a July shooting at the NFL headquarters building, was posthumously diagnosed with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, according to a statement from the New York City officer of the chief of medical examiner. Tamura, 27, had claimed in a note found in his wallet following the shooting that he believed he had CTE and wanted his brain tested for it after his death. The medical examiner's office found that determination. Unambiguous evidence of CTE in Tamura's brain tissue. The testing determined Tamura suffered from the low-stage CTE. CTE can officially be diagnosed after death. A lot of this comes from playing football. We've had a lot of football players that have retired. They get these chronic concussions, and some of them, they go crazy, right? You had the one that shot up the doctor's office and then his family a couple of years ago, the former Patriot. We have a few other stories like that, and this gentleman was claiming that. That's why he was blaming the NFL, even though he never played professional NFL football, but he did play some high school and I think possibly some junior college.
Right.
And he was blaming it on that. He was a running back, and so really that was the reason why he went off the deep end. So they've come a long way advancing with the football helmets and with concussion protocol. You see, they take the kids out of the games right away now, and the NFL players. And so they've done a great deal, but it's still a problem, and it's these unexplained acts of these former players that come out. You wonder where. Well, that's the craziness of it. And he was trying to get to the NFL headquarters in their building, but he made a wrong turn, wrong elevator, and people that completely had nothing to do with it were the ones who suffered it and passed away. So terrible, just a terrible story. But he did leave that note, and he did ask them to examine his brain. I'm glad to see they followed through on that, and well, here we are. So, but that's a wrap in sports, Rick. I'll be back at 9:30 with the Oddsmakers with my picks.
All right, very good. And Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. And again, the Oddsmakers happening for the first time here at the America First Warehouse. Our first guest is going to be Eddie Brown from who knows where.
From downtown.
It's downtown Eddie Brown. So he's going to be joining us. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. He's got a radio show. He's got some very nice hair. Kevin, what has been on your radar? I saw you licking your chops earlier.
All right, folks. So as you know, I just mentioned that that Antifa queen burned up a cop car and handed firebombs out. She got a year and a half. Well, this is from today. Some non-binary, whatever, I don't know his name. Casey Robert Goonan. He's in Antifa. He's non-binary. That's very important. He just got 19 years for burning a cop car.
Yes, I saw that.
There you go.
Justice.
Yep.
Nice.
And breaking news from my lovely fiance over there who just sent this to me on my phone. Breaking news, FBI fires agents over kneeling protests in George Floyd protests from year 2020. 2020.
Minnesota.
This, folks,
clean it out.
This is the eradication of the deep state right here. Keep in mind, Comey just got indicted. His daughter got fired, and his son-in-law just resigned yesterday or today. I forget. Ooh. That's a whole family. That's a generation of swamp wigglers that we don't have to worry about anymore. And they're taking out these agents. Trump's draining that swamp.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job, man.
Nice.
And it's amazing that so many of them seem to be in the business of law, right?
Yeah.
All these lawyers who are just, I have such morals, I have to quit. That's the point. I think that's what Trump really wanted. He wanted to make it so difficult for these people that they either would have to pursue pushing these, carrying out his orders or the DOJ's orders.
Yep.
Or they just say, you know what, I can't do this because I want to be invited to Thanksgiving, so they quit. And now that's how you get rid of them, right?
Absolutely.
It's just funny, all these family members.
It's happening, Paulie.
You know, like, darling, I want you to be a lawyer, but Dad, I can't read. Doesn't matter. We want you to be a judge. We need a liberal activist judge, and we'll fast track you right through.
Right.
Okay, Daddy.
Exactly.
Morons are on the bench.
Yeah, it's amazing. Anything else, Kevin, you got working on?
Yeah. So last night you guys were talking about this bizarre shooting in Katy, Texas. So there are a bunch of kids playing baseball, and as one of the coaches is leading his team in prayer,
yes, I ran that story.
A bunch of bullets start landing all over the field. I tried to count them. There's too many to count. Easily over 50. Now, the local media said, well, it was someone hunting.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, it was someone doing a little target practice from 600 yards away. It was 3 guys. One of them's name is Mohammed. The other one is... and the last one's name is... and they were arrested. And wouldn't you know it, Joe Biden let 2 of those animals in.
Oh, what a surprise.
Oh, nice.
And look at this. But this is the local sheriff. I'm looking at his arrest card, whatever, has his picture, but the race, white.
Really?
They put him down as a white guy, and he's not.
With a name like...
Yeah.
That's right?
What was the third guy's name?
I've been Irish for a while. That's not one of us.
Former cab driver.
And this one guy has deep ties to the local mosque, which has deep ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, which has deep ties to taking over the entire world.
Oh,
Joe Biden let him in, and he made this guy a citizen.
Of course he did.
And if you watch the video, folks, there's no way anyone who would be there say, oh, that's hunting, because you just hear...
Right.
And one guy gets hit and falls down. The kids are running.
Right.
This is a jihadi attack on children.
Right. This was hunting, but this was hunting white people.
Yes, hunting white people.
And hunting Americans, basically.
Yep. I'm not a specialist, but this might be the first time in the U.S. that they actually went after kids. I don't know for sure, but they just raised the stakes by a lot here. And
right,
the local news covering for them, well, it's just a hunting accident.
Yeah, so instead of raping kids, now they're down to shooting them. Is what you're saying.
They're still raping them, too.
Okay. You know what that reminds me of? This story from New York City just over a couple days ago. New York City tourists mowed down in New York City, nearly decapitating the wife. Number one, leaving the husband clinging to life. It's amazing. This couple from Germany visiting New York City, Midtown. They were downtown Times Square area. Got hit by a truck, a minivan, a green minivan with a vanity plate. When you see the picture of the minivan with the vanity plate, you know that's too many letters. You can't spell out the entire Times Square with a space on a New York license plate. It just doesn't happen.
No.
So you know it's a fake license plate. And who uses fake license plates? You know.
Criminals?
Not only that, criminal what? Illegals.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be, because, of course, they had everything from the husband, the wife's name, where they were from, what they were doing, where they were headed. But when they caught the guy, there is no mention of his name, no picture of him, nothing about the driver at all. Zero. So you know it ain't an American.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or else they'd have published it.
So not necessary, man. Just losing life left and right. It's so not necessary. So not just random stuff because we let these people into the country. For what? For what reason?
Yeah, it's amazing. So another tragic story happening on the streets of New York City. And again, a couple visiting, an older couple. They're in their mid-50s, nearly 60, visiting the city probably for the first time. And this is what happens. This is what they get to leave with.
Yeah.
At least one of them leaves with. Just a sad, sad story.
Yeah.
Kevin, anything else?
Yeah. Well, the good news is this is in Florida, so this animal is about to be unemployed. Looks like a state attorney, Monique Worrell, she declined to prosecute a man who was... he's in front of some kids in a park, and how can I put this? All right, he wasn't getting a round of applause, so he was giving himself a hand. Can we do that?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's about as clean as I can make it, folks.
I'll take the check, please. Thank you.
And she decided not to prosecute him.
And what was the reason?
Well, I don't know the reason.
I saw her press conference.
Yeah, well, here's the reason. She's wearing a T-shirt in this photograph. She's at a Pride parade, and she's wearing a T-shirt that says diversity, equity, inclusivity, which means pedophilia.
Yeah.
At this point, it really does. So one of the 45 goals of communism is to, well, it said to normalize homosexuality and push degeneracy. We're well beyond that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got we've got women with scrotums, and
that's the word of the day.
It had been a while. It had been a while. And that's just what this is. But this is in Florida. I will be shocked if this woman has a job on Monday morning.
Yeah. All right. And Paul, you said you saw the press conference?
I saw her presser talking about, he might have been immoral, but it's not illegal.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
That was what she said. It's not illegal to...
Yeah, I think it is illegal.
I think it is illegal, too.
Yeah.
Something about
just
indecent exposure, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Go try that in Iran.
Yeah, they'll give you a hand. They'll cut it
All
off.
right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Take a quick break. We'll be back. Join us in the chats. Stay there.
The like button.
It's good music, Fran. It's pulling it out.
Yeah. How you guys doing? Hanging in there? I got two reads.
Two reads. So, do we want to get back to J6?
Yeah, we can get back to
that was
it.
a good transition to Comey, and then...
Yep.
Mary McDonald, good to see you. She's a big fan of KDJ and scrotums, I guess. Mary's saying some good comments about KDJ. She loves him.
She loves the chat?
She loves the chat. She likes KDJ. He's got a big fan. She likes the hair. Tuscan Downey Jr., we'll call him. Yes.
Gibby 834 in the Rumble. Pilas Tals Tapas. Dunlaugh at McGroin's in there. Doc Scal, Ordinary Passenger. Sergeant Arby with the KDJ props. Sergeant Arby.
Sarge is in there.
The Sarge's got this sausage. Hey, guys, hit the like over there and on the socials.
Yes, like and share, like and share.
But we got to get that like going. We have 314 on. We only got 314. Oh, look at that. Just already got 315. Look at that. If you haven't hit it, hit it. Don't smash it. Just touch it.
Just give it a tap. Give it a tap.
Just give it a tickle.
Give it a little tap.
Give it a little
Gently
tickle.
graze it. Graze the like button. Tap it. Smash it. Kick it. Are we sure we can say scrotum on TV?
I'll find out later.
Yeah, he'll definitely find out later.
yeah.
If he doesn't hear anything, yes.
Our attorneys are looking into that.
He should stick to nuts.
If you misspell it, you can say it.
Kevin, maybe nutsack is a little safer. Sack of nuts.
What was it?
See, they told me on the radio if it's a not even a medical term, but a body part, you can say it. But I can't say nutsack on radio.
No, you can't.
Oh, you can't say scrotum.
Well,
Yeah.
let's dial it back on the scrotums. I think we've had enough scrotums for tonight.
Yeah, they have. The guy behind the board has explained it to me.
I went to nuts.com. I ordered one.
Can you say
I went to
lamb shack?
nuts.com and I ordered a nutsack.
Nothing.
Sack of nuts. We sorted.
Look at that. The first crowd ever to cheer a commercial. All right. sound like the blues if you owe back taxes. I know nobody's clapping for that. And your returns are still unfiled or you forgot to file, you still have a chance. The October 15th deadline is fast approaching and time is running out. If you haven't gathered your documents yet or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. Boo! They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, and even seize your property, but there is help available. All you got to do is reach out to Tax Network USA. They're a nationwide tax firm that's helped thousands of taxpayers save over $1 billion in taxes, and they could help you. They filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns, assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you as well. But don't wait, because time is running out. Visit tnusa.com. That's TN for Tax Network, USA.com/RAB, or call 800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA can guide you through some simple principles and determine how much you can save. But it's up to you. You got to take action before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com. That's tnusa.com/RAV, or call 1-800-905-8000. That's 1-800-905-8000 for Tax Network USA, tnusa.com. And if you're wondering how you're going to reach them, well, maybe your cell service sucks, right? Well, you realize there are many choices when it comes to cell service, and that's why we're here to tell you about Patriot Mobile. Here is the truth. There is only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes in freedom, and that is worth fighting for, and that happens to be Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines, fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell service while accessing all three major networks. Switching is easy. You can activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your own number as well. Keep your phone. You can upgrade, get it all with Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is also standing by to take care of you. What you got to do? Reach out to them. Call them on your other service, because that's really great when you use Verizon or somebody else, and you call Patriot Mobile to switch over to them. 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use our promo code for one free month of service, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or give them a ring, 972-PATRIOT, and make that switch today. Slick Rick, of course, he's got the Oddsmakers coming up at 9:30, but Vinnie Mac is here.
Oh, yeah.
He's got some stuff he's been talking about. He's been decompressing over.
Yeah.
Vin, what do you got for us?
Oh, boy. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Jimmy Kimmel.
Why?
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And I'm thinking about him as a spokesperson for the left, and he's not supposed to be doing that. And as I thought about Jimmy Kimmel, I thought, well, how is it supposed to be done? What's the right way to do this? Well, I just figured in honor of the right way to do this, we're going to show clip 12 and see how it's done.
That's how it's done.
Having trouble divining this one? Yeah.
Sis boom ba.
Sis boom ba.
Describe the sound made when a sheep explodes.
That joke was
Oh, yeah. Ed loves this one.
The great Sarnak.
Yes.
But that's why we're watching these shows.
We're supposed to be watching.
This is why we're watching these shows. God bless Johnny Carson. I'm one of the biggest fans ever of Johnny Carson, but I'm also a fan of just good comedy like KDJ delivers to us on a regular basis, and just funny, not politics.
Right.
I don't want to see it. So I don't know. I just wanted to do that. I like to give Johnny Carson a shout out every once in a while.
That's good stuff.
That.
But you know what's a great point is that, you know, and we played a clip of Carson the other day talking about, he was talking to Mike Wallace about, you know, Wallace was asking him why you don't do more serious stuff, and he's like, that's not my job. My job is to make people laugh.
No, that's what the entertainment business is turned upside down. Your job is to entertain. Stephen Colbert, the rest of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't stand.
I mean, Kevin deals with this on a regular basis.
Absolutely. And I think these TV shows are nothing but propaganda mills.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're not there to entertain.
Nope. Not anymore.
They're there to reinforce the echo chamber. That's it.
This is Operation Mockingbird TV. That's what this is. This is Operation Mockingbird TV, when you've got Colbert and Kimball and all these other knuckleheads going up and just bashing Trump, bashing anything we stand for. I mean, that thing about the hospitals are full, you can't come in, you didn't get the COVID shot.
So you should go home and die. There's no joke there.
There's no joke. It was just attack. And I love all these idiots go, well, and then most of my friends are comedians, they're screaming, this is against free speech, and I said, look, he's never going to hire you. These shows only book. I'm not kidding. You got to be like a trans dudette from New Zealand or something. All they want is that, and they just come out and say, "I'm trans." And that's the whole set.
Yeah,
they're talking to each other. It's an insulated folk. But I have a couple of news stories I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
One is the shooter who tried to shoot the ICE agents in Texas. There, he wound up killing, an illegal immigrant. Can you imagine this? I mean, just talk about just a horrific thing. Well, they have that app that CNN actually publicized. That's how this guy found where ICE was, using an app that identifies where ICE agents are. First of all, that should just be illegal. Imagine having an app that says where police officers are, and you want to arrive at 7-Eleven, and they're like 10 blocks away. I'm going to go to 7. That's just wrong and illegal to begin with. But to have a killer, a shooter, a sniper be able to use something that the freak show over at CNN is talking about and promoting through that discussion, they probably heard that and downloaded it. So they found that's how we found the ICE agents. I think it's reprehensible, and whoever made this app, it needs to be taken off these services. That's absolutely crazy. The one good news I do have is the DOJ is now getting prosecutors involved and going after George Soros. And looking into George Soros is fun.
A ton.
And as I was talking about earlier, when they go after someone like George Soros and they get the third or fourth in command, or maybe they get George, there's discovery that's going to go through that. We're going to find all the minions that have been behind the scenes working with George Soros and calculating and collaborating all of the bad things that have happened, all these pre-planned, protests and so on and so forth. And I'm wondering, look, it's been 8-9 months here with the Trump administration. Like, that had to be one of the first targets. Is this guy, because behind the scenes they're causing all of these problems. I'm glad they're doing it now. So harumph.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
big time.
So just to add to that, designating Antifa a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Now they're going to add, you mark my words, they'll add international terrorist organization, because the funding is coming from around the world. Once that happens, it changes the legal game. So I think his days are numbered. I really think they will find a way to keep his money out of America.
They have to find the money trail. It's the number one thing of all of this, by the way. All these politicians get a lot of money, but who said this on social media? Greta Garbo, you get $250 for showing up at a protest. They're paying him so if you're a kid or whatever and you want to go make $250, you'll dress up, you'll act like a lunatic.
Some of these protesters are making 70, 80 grand a year.
Yeah. Yep. Kevin needs a new agent.
I've been doing this for free.
Well, another story I saw regarding money is, the Obama's got a library he's putting up.
Yes.
And all this money's coming into the Obama library, which will have one book, How to Hate America, I think is basically what they're going to have. The money coming in is being funneled now to outside groups like this. It's running through the Obama library to these outside sources. They just identified this, and obviously they're looking into it. So it just never stops. It's rampant with all of them.
And again, it's always the money trail. Got to follow the money, as they say. Speaking of which, money is on the line coming up next. The Oddsmakers, Slick Rick, Aaron, and our guest Eddie Brown from downtown. We don't know what town it is, but he's going to be joining us after the break. Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Oddsmakers next. Stay there.
Only fannies.
Oh, I see this. Chris Wallace, right? Yeah. Guy's the master. But that's how they all used to be like.
Hi, Eddie. Can you hear us okay?
Nobody played like this because they didn't want to lose half their audience.
Yeah. Yeah.
He says it exactly as it should be. He'd be embarrassed with
Why am
Jimmy
I getting
Kimmel,
no audio?
Stephen Colbert. He
No,
would
they
be,
don't- no,
well,
we-
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, but he
just
would be
this.
like, they should not have shows.
Hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Eddie, one more time.
Even Jay Leno. We'll make him an offer he can't refuse.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to.
He was the Godfather, man. He was. Yeah.
Did you see Jay Leno said some stupid stuff about Kirk?
People don't
Jay Leno's
understand Charlie
usually
Kirk.
not on that side of the nonsense.
If they just took the time to watch any of Charlie Kirk's videos that are just, first of all, they're educational. It's like going to school, watching him talk about basic stuff, factually.
And
Eddie, just
not
give
so
us a 10
basic.
count
Like
real
he would
quick.
talk about Mises Institute. He would talk about like legit economists.
Legit economists,
like
real guys.
Murray Rothbard. That's some heavy duty stuff. I've read Rothbard. Hayek is like a lower.
Yeah.
These Austrian economics
we
are
needed to
really
go to
where like these kids should be reading. And he would ask these kids, "Oh, you're an eco major?
Eddie,
Have
can you
read
just
these
talk real
people?"
fast so we can make sure we can hear
that means
you?
you're getting an indoctrination,
Yeah.
not an education. Meanwhile, they're all reading Marx or Gordon Woods.
His point is really well taken, right? They're following these left-wing, hardcore, progressive
on, mute them 1
books
second,
and leaders.
And Marx, by the way,
Eddie, one more time. Give us a 10 count, please. If you just count to 10 for me. Yeah, we're not getting any audio. But I see it on Zoom.
Yeah, it's coming in.
But it's not.
Is it too low? What is the line level?
One more time, Eddie. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh my God, it's literally not working. Yeah, but it's literally not working now.
Nothing changed.
Yeah, it's on.
He's just not going into it.
All right, we can't do it. Oh, my goodness.
No, you can't go. No.
All right, turn my mic off.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Thank you so much for joining us, man. We got a lively, loud crowd
great
here
audience tonight. Wow.
We appreciate it.
Great
Thank you guys for
Patriots.
coming out.
Love it. Thank you.
We got a couple here from Kansas. They're sitting over behind
Kansas?
Vin. Where's the couple from Kansas? They're somewhere here.
Hey,
Give us a wave.
nice.
There you are.
Wow.
Visiting from Kansas. We got
They're not
Staff
in
Sergeant.
Kansas anymore. They know that.
We got Staff Sergeant Chris over there with the hat on in the back row, just visiting from the area. His mom, Phyllis, is a big fan. She's going to be, what is she going to be, 82, you said? 82, 83?
Port Charlotte, Florida.
Port Charlotte, Florida. Is she going to be 82, 83? Her birthday, you said, is coming up. October. So her birthday's coming up in a little bit, so she's going to be celebrating her birthday. Thank you to her for watching us down in Port
83,
Charlotte.
Rick.
We
Port
had a
Charlotte,
military
Florida.
lawyer in here too. Where's that military lawyer at?
We got a bunch of military guys. Thank you for your service, everyone. We appreciate it. And again, it is
Guy.
there he is.
Guy Leggio, yep. That's right. Thank you, service guy.
So very good. We got a lot of great people in the audience, a lot of great Patriots. So thank you. We appreciate it. We've got Oddsmakers coming up in just a few minutes, but we do have breaking news. Kevin Downey Jr. found this. He texted it to everybody here. Well, at least us. One of our favorite Trump attorneys is now having some more problems. We're talking about Fat Fannie Willis.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear it for her.
Yeah.
The Justice Department has issued a subpoena for her travel records. The district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, who pursued that BS racketeering case against President Trump, is now under further investigation. According to the New York Times, they reported the revelation late today, citing a federal grand jury subpoena. Investigators have sought documents related to her trips abroad around the time of the 2024 election. Maybe she was picking up some cash. I don't know. Scope of the investigation wasn't immediately known, nor it's clear whether Willis was the target of the inquiry or whether she'll face charges. But there's more. I guess they're digging around. Like Vince said, as soon as you start peeling away these layers, this stuff starts to fall. It's like they pulled one thread, and all of a sudden you're standing there with nakedness.
That's all they need to do.
Right?
That's all they need to do. And, you know, I'm pro-nudity when it comes to them. Right? Pro-nudity.
I don't know about Fannie Willis.
Only
salad. What?
Salad Dodgers.
Salad Dodgers. Yeah, salad Dodgers, they call them.
Yeah, I want to thank Patriot Donna for sending that in. And you're right, Rick. When I was a kid, there was a game called Kerplunk.
Yeah.
Where you would pull the thing out and there'd be one marble, then before you know it, boom, they're all coming down.
Right, they all come down.
That's what's happening.
So we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on this story. Could be another embarrassing thing.
So I can out-fat you. I can out-fat you.
Really?
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Pritzker has decided that he's not going to take the CDC's advice anymore. He's
going to take Tylenol?
He's not going to take, the FDA's advice. Only the CDC's. He's not trusting American government.
No.
So, so we're going to all follow his diet.
So Governor Pritzker.
He's the picture of health.
Yeah.
He really is.
Yeah, he makes Chris Christie look like a Chippendale.
He's a number 3 with a large Coke, I believe he is.
All right. We are ready now for the first edition of the America Warehouse version of Oddsmakers on a Friday night. Let's see the roll there, Aaron. Let's kick it off. Time for the Oddsmakers. Slick Rick, Aaron, and special guest Eddie Brown downtown. What town are you from, Eddie Brown? Welcome to the program. How are you tonight, sir?
Good. I'm doing great, guys. I live in South Carolina now, in Leesville, South Carolina.
All right.
Nice.
And what makes you think you're going to do so well against these two crack pickers?
Well, after watching them for these last few years, I think I'm going to be fine.
It's pretty easy.
Okay, so he's basing it on your stellar record, Slick.
Yeah, nice track record there, bro.
Pickers?
Yeah, crack picker. He's like, well, we won't go down that road.
It's like 21
just when I thought scrotum was going to give us a problem.
Right.
Well, you never know. Depends on what you're picking. Anyhow, let's get it kicked off. Slick's going to do his first pick of the night of the Oddsmakers. Slick, which game are you picking, and who do you got?
Well, week 5, NCAA. We're going to go college for one game, and I'm going to do 3 pro games. I'm going to go to the big game tomorrow night, 7:30 on ABC. Georgia Bulldogs and Alabama to Tide. And I'm going to roll with Georgia, and I'll tell you why. They're giving 2.5 points, Rick. That's the spread. And I'm going with number 5 Georgia over number 17 Bama, even though Georgia hasn't won a home game against Bama in 22 years. So they do, I think. So I'm sure I'm going. Gunnar Stockton, their quarterback, 721 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, and another 124 on the ground, plus 3 more touchdowns rushing. I'm going to go with him. I'm going to go with the smart coaches and Kirby Smart over DeBoer. I think they're going to beat Bama. So give me Georgia laying 2.5.
All right, very good. So your first pick coming out of college, Georgia Bulldogs, and that their quarterback they were worried about this year, but he seems to be doing pretty well for them.
Stockton's good.
Filling in for Carson Beck, who's departed. Aaron, who are you going with your first pick?
Hey, I'm going to take Penn State over Oregon. I believe the line is still 3.5. They're playing at home. Yes.
All right.
I'm going with Penn State. I think they're going to show off tomorrow, even though both offenses are pretty potent. Penn State knows how to do 2 things: protect the ball and limit their penalties. So we should see a lot of long drives from them as long as they can control the tempo of the game with their ground attack. I don't think the Ducks stand a chance.
All right, very good. So Aaron's staying in college as well with Slick, going with Penn State over Oregon. And finally, let's get to our Oddsmakers from South Carolina, downtown Eddie Brown. Woo. Who's your first pick, Eddie?
All right, my first pick is going to be Syracuse and Duke. I'm going with Syracuse, giving up the 4.5.
Syracuse over Duke?
Yes. Absolutely.
All right. So, and where are they playing? Are they playing in Syracuse or in North Carolina?
In Syracuse.
They're playing in Syracuse. So you're going with the home dog. All right.
In the Carrier Dome.
Very good. So we've got Eddie Brown's first pick. He's going in college as well. First pick college all around for all three pickers. Let's go with Slick. What's your second pick of the game?
All right, to the NFL. Week 4 already. Unbelievable. First month of football almost over. 4:05. I'm going to go Rams over the Indianapolis Colts. I like the Rams. They're at home, SoFi and Inglewood. And I think after that stunning collapse last week against Philly, where they lost that game, I think they're going to take care of Indiana Jones there. Danny Dimes is going to make Trump change. And I think they're going to pull that game out without a problem. I think it's over. He's going to enter the Temple of Doom this weekend, and I like the Rams laying the 3.5 over Indiana.
All right, very good. So pick number 2, Slick's going with the Rams over the Colts. Aaron, who do you got for pick number 2?
Slick, I think you took my notes from me because I'm also taking the Rams over the Colts minus 3.5. I think you said the line was correct?
Yes, 3.5, correct.
Yeah, I think the Rams are going to roll here. Indiana Jones, this is where the winning stops for him. The Eagles completely, they really had to come back last week against the Rams. The Rams completely controlled that game, and I think they're going to turn it around this week. They're currently 5th in total offense in the league. Their defense is only allowing 103 yards on the ground per game, which is where I think Danny Dimes is going to end up losing this game. He's going to have to win this game through the air, and that's not going to happen.
All right, very good. So Aaron also picking against the Colts. And finally, Eddie Brown, who do you got?
Well, you might as well make it a threesome, guys, because now I'm going with the Rams over the Colts.
It's a Friday night. Let's go.
Man. So Eddie Brown is sticking around with Aaron and Slick on this.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones preseason's over. It's over for him.
That's it.
Those
dimes are getting cashed in.
Very good. So we got all three picking the Rams over the Colts. Let's go with pick number 3. Slick, who do you got?
4:25. We're going to go to Vegas. The Raiders are hosting the Bears. And the Bears look good. They whooped up on my Cowboys last week. And the Bears are getting 1 point. And I don't know, Pete Carroll, I'm not really sure. Ever since he left the Jets, he hasn't been so good. A little bit with Seattle. But I think him and Ashton Genty, they got a little work to do. Tom Brady's a part owner, which I'm not too crazy about that either. But I'm going to go with Caleb Williams. I think he's going to show up big time, and they're going to win that game. Also looking for Bears running back DeAndre Swift to break out. I need him. He's in my fantasy league. So Bears +1 over the Raiders.
All right, so Slick is going with the Bears over the Raiders. Aaron, who you got for your third pick?
I'm going to a 4:25 game as well, but we're going to Kansas City. I'm going to take Kansas City over Baltimore +2.5 at home. I believe the line is still +2.5.
Okay.
Kansas City, I think they're going to start to turn it around. They beat the Giants at MetLife Stadium, as Slick likes to say, last Sunday. Saw it in person. Stadium. And I always find it a little fishy when Kansas City gets the points at home. They're going against a Ravens defense that's allowing the most yards per game this season so far at 415. And they're 3-4 on the road in their last 7. All 4 of those were losses.
All right, very good. So Aaron's going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs over the Baltimore Ravens. Finally, Eddie Brown, who's your third pick in this round?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Washington, the Commanders over the Falcons. And that, I just think JD's going to be running all over the place on them. He's going to have a great game. I like his game. He's a good quarterback, smart quarterback.
All right, very good. So
like that pick.
Third pick is Washington over Atlanta, and that's who Eddie Brown's going to go with. He's picking the Redskins. I'll call them the Redskins. Round number 4, Slick. Who do you got to close out this round of the Oddsmakers?
Well, I'm going to go to Santa Clara, California. Not that I'd ever want to go there, but anyway, Levi Stadium, 4:05 Niners and Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars are in trouble, even with Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence. They're not getting it done. I think it's going to be a block party because Brock Purdy's coming back, their quarterback. They're laying 3 points over the Jaguars. I think they roll that game. Give me the Niners laying the 3 over the Jags.
All right, very good. He's going to take the Niners over the Jaguars out in California. That also plays to their advantage. They're playing at home.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron, who do you got in your last pick of the Oddsmakers this week?
We're going to Tampa Bay for my last game, and there's no way I'm taking Tampa Bay. I'm going to take the Eagles -3.5 on the road. They pulled off a massive comeback last week against the Rams, like we talked about earlier. here. And the Tampa Bay beat my Jets 29-27, the worst game so far for me this season. But it's their third straight week taking back the lead after trailing in the final minute of regulation. And they're without Mike Evans this week. They're without him for the next month for a hamstring injury. And they are 0-3 without Mike Evans. That's how they did last season on that. And I think they're going to go 0-1 without Mike Evans this season so far.
All right, so you're picking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to lose their first game of the season against the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't worry, I know what kind of degenerate you are, Aaron. We're good. We're good with our betting.
You're a jerk. Shut your mouth.
Let's finish up Oddsmakers with Eddie Brown's fourth round and final pick. Eddie, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Houston on this one over the Titans.
Nice.
The Titans not showing anything. Houston, I think, is going to run it up on them. Stroud's going to have a great game. I think they have a better defense. They're going to shut them down. Titans really don't have anything. They're not showing anything this year, so.
Houston's minus 7.5.
But I do want to make a fifth pick, and I've been a Jet fan since 1967.
Sorry to hear that.
My God.
Yeah, I was born in Mastic Beach, and I grew up in Selden. Went to Newfield High School. I graduated.
Local guy.
There you go.
Love it.
So I got a shout out to my girl Cindy and my kids. Oh, my girls. They're in Knoxville in Florida. And that, so everybody, I got friends all over the place. I've lived in California. I lived in Pennsylvania, Florida, Tennessee. So
there you go, Eddie.
I got to give that shout out. And again, I just wanted to say another thing. I would like to see Aaron be out on that set with you guys sometimes.
We'll bring her out sometime, Eddie Brown.
Bring that young lady out there. She's got a lot of smarts in her.
All right, very good. Eddie, thank you for joining us on this, the first edition on a Friday night.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. All right. Love you guys.
Eddie Brown from South Carolina shouting out his family on a Friday night. We got one more segment. We'll go around the room. Newfield Selden guy.
Eddie.
Look at that.
Eddie.
We'll do that all we come back live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night. Let's hear it. Woo.
Thank you, Eddie.
Live in the chat. There he is. Eddie, say hello to the crowd, Eddie. They can all see
Hey,
you.
how you doing, crowd? Hey, fellow Americans, love you guys. And here's what I got. Trump, baby, all the way.
Hey, Eddie, I got Aaron's Venmo account number.
There you go.
Oh, you jerks.
Love it.
I'll send it to you later.
All right.
What's that?
Thanks, Eddie. Good stuff.
He was late.
Yeah, what's the
All right, you guys take care.
game?
Oh, they're getting
See you
4.
later.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Again,
Against Duke.
you can be a part of this too if you want. All you got to do is reach out because we're always looking for people.
We already picked the people.
We already picked the people. Everybody's picked for the entire season.
Yes.
There goes that
We
idea.
did a whole
There's a line out the
campaign
door
thing
for
for
that.
Is
it,
there a
if you paid
queue, like
attention.
in case somebody backs out? You got somebody as a backup?
I have some backups.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's talking about my Venmo down there?
Nobody.
Oh, it's Paul.
Paul Nolan. Right, just like that. You throw me under the bus. He's going to go on only fannies.
Are you spying on my history?
I looked over your shoulder the other night. Oh, man.
Only fannies.
Remember that? We first came out. I said that. Oh, it was funny. That was about a year ago. Oh,
That was while you were still in the trunk there.
That's still in the gulag.
Yeah,
you
you were still in David's trunk.
You were spare tire.
You're watching 21 Jump Street, I believe it.
Yes,
Your
it's it.
favorite
Oh,
show.
Johnny
21,
Depp.
22 jumps.
I'll take Johnny Depp.
21 and a half.
It's like Ocean's
23,
11.
28. I'm up to 32 jump streets.
I love the end of the movie where they keep showing the sequels, the fake sequels. Brilliant.
What do we got? Oh, last segment.
All right, last segment
That went
coming up.
Did that go fast tonight for everybody?
Oh, man.
That was fast,
Yeah.
right? That was quick. I know.
You guys have been doing great. Thank you so much for coming out on a Friday night. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And make sure you take a lot of pictures of this place. It's always changing. Joe the Box is always adding stuff, moving things around.
This is the most patriotic place in the planet.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It is. Top of the ninth, Mets are losing 6-2.
Oh, man.
And Cincinnati is up 3-1. Top
What
of the
about
sixth.
Toronto?
Yeah.
What's Toronto doing?
That's why I stick with Bocce. I don't need to worry about any of this
Blue
stuff.
Jays are leading the Tampa Rays 4-2.
Yeah.
We need the Blue Jays to lose.
I think they're going to win, Rick, right now. It's top.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Friday night, 103.9 LI News Radio, linewsradio.com. Our first successful Friday night Oddsmakers right here at the America First Warehouse. Again, Joe the Box, thank you so much for making tonight possible. As always, the great people here welcoming us and helping us put on a great show for you guys, people that are in the audience, people watching at home, of course. We're going to go around the room real quick. Let's kick things off with our own Kevin Downey Jr., who, if you haven't heard, has a radio show right here on 103.9. If you're in your car listening, you can also check that out. It's 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern each and every Monday through Friday. And you can also listen online, linewsradio.com.
Yeah.
KDJ, what do you got going on?
Well, the news just keeps getting better. Looks like a retired New York City financier, once referred to as the right-hand man of George Soros, is now facing charges of abusing women in his sex dungeon.
Whoa. Whoa.
I'm sorry, secret sex dungeon.
Okay, better.
That's not secret anymore. Cat's out of the bag.
Formerly secret dungeon. So this guy's 70 years old, good friends with George Soros, and he's been tying up women. And he's been running a $1 million sex trafficking operation from his not-so-secret sex dungeon anymore. And I don't know. Guys, let me ask you, is there a liberal who isn't a trafficker or a pedophile or a non-binary?
Or at least thinking about becoming one?
Exactly. Well, I was a liberal, but I didn't know there were sex dungeons involved.
I saw the sex dungeon on Zillow. I was looking, and it's a great listing. I'm shocked that they would do a listing like that. Yeah.
New sex dungeon.
It was a short sale.
3-bedroom apartment with sex dungeon, owned by a liberal and George Soros funder.
Yeah.
For free.
And what's happening with him? Has he been arrested? What's going on?
He's been arrested, for running this. Now, here's what I'm hoping beyond hope. I would love if someone went to this guy and said, look, we'll let you keep your gimps. We'll let you keep your dungeon. Just give us George Soros.
Yes. Well, that's what's going to happen, man.
Exactly.
That's part of that process.
That's what I'm wondering.
Right, because these people, they all realize they're small potatoes when it comes to some of the bigger names. Yep. And the bigger names are hoping they've paid them enough or have enough on them to be like, look, you're going to take this from me, and you're going to enjoy it every single second.
And it is the DOJ who busted him.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's where I'm going. I think it's going to be a little...
Wait till there's discovery on this guy. Not necessarily the sex dungeon, but on this guy's, workings with George. This is what I mean. One little thing.
Yep.
One text message is all it's going to take, man, to go
and
out.
all of a sudden, no more secret freaking sex dungeon.
Yeah.
Dr. Evil, for sure, man.
They flogged his account.
So remember, when it comes to Kevin Downey Jr., follow him online. Where can they find you?
Yeah. Oh, you can go to PJ Media, and the more of my stuff you read, the more bourbon I get to drink.
Ooh, nice.
Appreciate that. And, just see, you can listen to the radio show worldwide at linewsradio.com. And that's about it.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Paul Nolan also has some closing thoughts. What else has been on your radar there, Paul?
Well, I still wanted to talk about the Comey thing because I think this is a major... this is a major event. We need something to happen with Chris Wray or Mueller. We need to see somebody go down.
Right.
We need to see accountability somewhere in this, state-crafted apparatus of evil. Like these people have gotten away with murder. We're looking at really 15 years of just completely heinous behavior. So that was, to me, such an important thing. And the January 6th thing, if we can if our team, if our guys can please give us some kind of arrest, some accountability, get some control whatsoever over this deep state and all these dirty players, I just feel like there'll be a lot of hope going forward, especially in the wake of, you know, what happened to Charlie. We're seeing so many young kids and so many chapters at Turning Point. If we can get some justice to follow, that's going to be such a boost of hope to these kids who have been really fully dejected by a system that doesn't serve them whatsoever. So, other than that, I had a lot of fun tonight. Thanks, guys.
And amazing too. You know, when you talk about the revival that's been going on with this country ever since Charlie was assassinated, you also, you know, with these arrests and these indictments, you hope that people start to see, oh, look, there is a light. You know what? We can get on board with this. We don't have to worry about you know, being dejected all the time and thinking, these scumbags get away with everything. Maybe they won't.
Right. Finally, we'll actually see a level justice system, because right now there's 3 or 4 levels of justice in this. You know, middle-aged working guy, you know, he runs a traffic light, he's doing 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, these guys embezzle $70 billion, and it's like their $300 fine.
Right. Yeah.
I was so sick of it, you know, so let's see some accountability.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. Accountability is the next piece of this puzzle. Finally, Vinnie Mac, what do you got?
You know, I was watching Netanyahu at the UN. You know,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Talking about Israel. But there's stuff to talk about there. But I then watched a video by Charlie Kirk. And I don't know. I just can't get enough of his videos. And he was discussing Israel with some student and saying, you know, I went there. I saw where Jesus was born. I saw where this other thing happened. I saw where this happened. I experienced, and he went through story by story and where it happened and how magical and amazing it is, right? To describe to this young student who's been trained and conditioned just hate Israel for no reason. Like, they don't really have a reason. That's just to hate them. And to hear Charlie talk about it, I would recommend everybody go find that video. It is outstanding. Like every video, by the way, he has out there. He is an MBA in life. All of his videos together, Damon's at Parents Weekend. He's spending his life savings to send the kid to college. Just watch Charlie Kirk videos because they cover everything. But I was so touched by it. And then I saw Netanyahu having to deal with, you know, all these clowns that are walking out on his speech because he's saying a Palestinian state's just not going to work. It's never worked. It's not going to work. It's ridiculous to even talk about it. Australia and France. How about crossing a line and screwing us?
Right.
And everyone else doing this. But it did remind me in a positive way what he had to say. And I think I just wanted to talk about that because I want to share with everybody his thoughts about how special Israel is. And we should all look at that video. It's amazing. So that's about it.
All right, very good. If people want to follow you, maybe you can find that thing and post it. People can find it on what? Where are you on?
Yeah,
Facebook?
I'm on
Facebook starting fights with people?
Just think, Vinnie Mac, and we go. Yes. Now I'm on Facebook, Vincent Buda. I'm on X, Buda Vincent. So you can follow me. I'll put it up there. Yeah. I shared it a few times, so I'll put it out there if you want to see. I'll put it on LFS 6B.
All right, very good. Finally, Slick Rick, one more round around the scoreboard.
Well, I just wanted to say to Paul, I'm glad they got rid of that Suffolk County, the red light camera, because 4 years for running a light, they won't catch me anymore. Good stuff there. Baseball scores, the Mets have lost. That game just went final. They fell 6-2 earlier tonight to Florida.
What a shock.
Cincinnati up 3-1 there in the top of the sixth, looking to win that game. Yankees, of course, 8-4, looking to advance. They're beating the Orioles. So we'll see. We'll probably have a complete wrap-up. And Blue Jays did win tonight. They beat the Rays 4-2. So Yankees are trying to get that first place spot. It's going to be tough. All right. We'll have a full report on Monday. NFL, we'll recap the Oddsmakers. And, of course, we'll have an update. 7:10 a.m. Get up, get your golf clubs ready. That's the second day of the Ryder Cup. That's tee-off time.
All right. Very good, Slick, and thank you for that. And, again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Hey, Aaron, let's fire up cut number 6 and finish this out the right way with President Trump saluting during the national anthem. We played at the top of the show, but check it out. We'll go out with this. Check this out. Cut number 6. bravest, Brian Robinson from the New York City Fire Department, singing the national anthem at the Ryder Cup today. Thank you to everybody for watching. As always, we salute our military, active and retired, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, ICE, Border Patrol, everybody working the front lines. Thank you so much. Everybody here in the America First Warehouse, thank you so much for joining us. Slick Rick, Vinny Mac, Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, Aaron and Fran in the booth, and of course everybody watching at home and in the chats. Thank you so much for a great Friday night, live from the America First Warehouse and 103.9 LI News Radio. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on Monday. Peace.
Below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
James Comey has been indicted, and the left is having a total and complete meltdown, but also they woke up having a total and complete meltdown. Kamala Harris is on her book tour, and apparently she has an heir apparent. Who is Kamala grooming to be the next Kamala? Who will Kamala, better than the Kamalas that we all Kamala together and unburdened, but all of the Kamala word salad things that she talks about. Also, the Christian right, a really, really awesome perspective in the Wall Street Journal on the impact that Charlie Kirk made on the right side of the political aisle, conservatives as a whole and Christians specifically getting a bigger and bolder seat at the table. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, I want to make sure you all know you can email the show anytime you want. We love seeing all of your emails, especially during the last segment of the show where we're doing some fun, gimmicky type things. We're not doing one of those today, but we'd love for you to email the show anytime you want, tbt@tpusa.com. Several of you have emailed so many great and awesome things, and a couple things that are not so awesome, but really encourage everybody to email tpt@tpusa.com. Insert yourself into the conversation, because we do take everything that you guys say seriously and really appreciate you watching and tuning in. tpt@tpusa.com. Now, we got to get to the big story of the day, obviously, but I really want to highlight something that I don't think anybody is talking about, mostly because I think I've made it up. I think I've made up what I call height competency bias. If you look around the political world, the business world, the academic world, you're going to find something consistent. Now, obviously, we don't agree with any of the immutable characteristic categorizations of people that the libs like to do, but I do think this one might have some teeth, kind of sarcastically. And that is tall privilege. People that are tall are seen throughout the entire scope of the public eye and powerful positions. The majority of Fortune 500 company CEOs are taller than the average person. People in Hollywood, people in music are all tall, or at least a huge percentage of them are tall. Now, again, like I said, I don't actually believe this, but maybe it can be cueing us in as to why James Comey is of any significance whatsoever. The man is 6'10", and that, I think, is his only positive attribute, if you're going to consider height as positive in an immutable characteristic. The guy is tall and nothing else. He is unequivocally a gigantic dumbass, both physically and metaphorically. Now, we've seen several of these on the lib side of the aisle. Bill de Blasio in New York City, who was the world's tallest communist. The only reason I think he got elected was because he was tall. The only reason I think Jim Comey got his job at the FBI and ascended to the heights of the FBI is because he was a tall person. Tall privilege may, in fact, exist, and James Comey might be a perfect example of it. For many other reasons, but more specifically recently, an example of this would be this photo that he posted talking about 86ing 47. Now, we all know what that means and what he was trying to convey with that message, but he just came across some seashells in the sand that he thought it was cool. He took a picture of it and posted it to his Instagram. These self-righteous, lanky lawmen, so to speak, had no idea what it meant. Again, the fact that a guy who has no idea what 86 could mean could ascend to the heights of the FBI maybe proves the fact that he has tall privilege or height competency bias. Now, we can talk a lot about the indictment of James Comey, but I think we should make this clear, or at least my perspective clear. I'm not sure they're actually going to get a conviction. I do think he's probably guilty of all of the things that they're accusing him of lying under oath or whatever it is that he's being said to have done. I think he lied to Congress. I think he lied to the American people. And I think he's just a liar overall. But at the same time, I think I also recognize that in this particular process, it's going to be very difficult to prove any sort of wrongdoing, specifically get him a conviction in which he's going to pay any sort of price. Now, I don't necessarily like that, but I'm just being realistic about the situation. And also, the libs are having a total and utter meltdown talking about this is a political persecution. Okay, well, sure. Let's just assume that that's the case. And I don't necessarily think that it is, but let's just assume that's the case. If you read the indictment that was indicted by a federal grand jury, all of the charges that are placed on Jim Comey seem to be way more provable than any of the charges they stuck on Donald Trump. Remember, the side that's now crying political persecution did all of the political persecution not that long ago, a couple years ago, and yet they're still crying foul. One of the people that we're going to highlight later on in the show, for reasons that you may have caught during the opener of, possibly being the heir apparent to Kamala Harris, is one Jasmine Crockett. Glenn, play clip 5 here, what she thinks about the indictment of the world's tallest dumbass.
And more sadly is that many of his followers agree with this. And I am thinking to myself, how is it that you can call yourself American or patriotic when you literally don't understand who we are as Americans, when you literally are okay with throwing out the Constitution, when you're okay with someone just deciding, you know what, this is the end result that I'm seeking, and so just figure out how to get there.
Now, we could be very angry about this, and I totally would understand that, but I think I choose to laugh at these folks. How you cannot be an American and support him being indicted for things that we all pretty sure that he did. But also, you can be an American and indict a former president on charges that we just kind of made up that were past the statute of limitations, that the jury and the judge didn't even really know what he was being tried for. But you can find that guy guilty and still be an American. But if you accuse an extraordinarily tall liar of something that I'm pretty sure he did, then you're not an American. It's fun to laugh at the ridiculousness of it. Congressman Eric Swalwell piled on to the ridiculousness in a clip that I want to show you that I genuinely have pity for this guy. This is the same guy that had the Chinese spy girlfriend, but we're not talking about that right now. I don't even know why I mentioned it. Please cut from Congressman Swalwell.
And what I would just say to any prosecutor at the Department of Justice is it's not going away. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I promise you, when Democrats are in the majority, we are going to look at all of this, and there will be accountability, and bar licenses will be at stake in your local jurisdiction if you are corruptly indicting people where you cannot prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
A number of stories are overlapping.
Swalwell is so funny. He's threatening the licenses of people who indict somebody who can't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what a trial is, doofus. Like that's the whole point of what a trial is. You're trying to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt in front of a jury, therefore going to trial. You can't say, hey, we're going to revoke your license if you lose the case. Is that what he's saying? I'm not entirely sure. And honest to God, you know, we pity a guy like Eric Swalwell. I don't think he knows what he's saying either, because, well, it's just, I don't know. I don't know that he knows what he's talking about. And I think he was using those legalistic terms that he thought made him sound smart. Sorry, Eric. Didn't pan out that way. That's not how the American people see you. I do want to play this clip. This is from Jen Psaki's show. I don't believe in silent letters. When Jim Comey was being asked of whether or not Trump should go to jail. We should all remember this fondly. And by fondly, I mean it should be at the forefront of our mind. Where he was saying, well, you know, we actually can put President Trump in prison. In case you forgot, check this out.
So a lot of people have suggested that there are a range of factors that would make it difficult to put a former, the system has not been tested in this way. Do you agree with that it would be difficult or nearly impossible for the law enforcement institutions to put him in actual jail?
No, they would just put him in a double wide somewhere out near the fence, out in the grass. And he would eat there, he'd shower there, he'd exercise there, he'd be away, as Danya Perry said, from general population, but it's obviously doable.
I only wanted to play that clip to make sure everybody was aware that this is the same guy that said, hey, we should lock up a former president on a conviction that we made up entirely and that the appellate courts threw out in the first opportunity to throw it out on appeal. But that's the man himself saying something just a year ago that much of libs are freaking out over shoe on the other foot process that's happening now. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't play a clip from the extraordinarily tall dumbass himself in response to the indictment. This is Jim Comey. This is it's rather long. It's about a minute long, but I think all of it is just too juicy and good for a guy who wants so desperately to be the center of attention. He wants to be the main character, and he is going to fight. Check this out.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant,
And she's right. But I'm not afraid. And I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it, which it does. My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial and keep the faith.
I also, too, love how he effectively addresses it. We, the people, will fight this. Who's we? Who would be we in this scenario? Every single side of all the political aisles hate this guy. If you don't remember, libs hated this guy right after the 2016 election when he said, hold on, everybody, maybe Hillary did do something awful and maybe she should be indicted. We're going to open this case back up, like, what, 5 days before the actual election? And then a bunch of libs blamed him because they're like, oh, you scared voters off. Hillary would have won if James Comey didn't reopen that case. So they hate you too, dude. I don't know. Good luck with that. And to wrap this up on a lighter note, he also said something about we will not be on our knees. Maybe that would make him a normal height person, which actually might take away some of his privilege. But to wrap this up on a lighter note, I thought this was funny and interesting all at the same time. Elon Musk posted this post on X. Cool shell formation found on a beach walk, obviously alluding to James Comey's shell formation that he just happened to find on the beach walk. And of course, this is AI. Don't worry, we're not pretending that this is actually President Trump putting FAFO on the beach. Although, if he were actually doing that, I think it would be even a little bit more hilarious, even though it's already funny as it is. But yeah, that's just a cool formation that Elon Musk happened to find on the beach, and we'll see what happens. Like I said, in wrapping this up, I don't actually know that this is going to go anywhere if I'm being completely trying to look at the system as it is. But remember, there are two schools of thought here. One is that, you take the high road and you just let yourself get punched in the face consistently as libs prosecute conservatives because they hate them and their political opponents, or you fight back. And I'm honest to God not even sure which side of that is correct, but one thing remains to be true. This is one of the two options that people are going to, if you start prosecuting political opponents just because they're political opponents, I guarantee you that's going to come around to bite you in the butt when you're out of power. This is obviously what the libs are experiencing right now. Now, again, whether or not that's a good or bad thing remains to be seen. We'll all find out together. At the end of the day, I hope what's best for the American people prevails. And at the same time, let's not pretend we didn't see this coming, specifically against people who openly lied about all of the things that they lied about, and after they prosecuted a former president for things that were just made up, laws that were made up and past their point of being able to prosecute. We got a lot coming up today. Kamala Harris has got a new protege, and I actually couldn't be more excited about it. I'm actually thrilled. I think this is going to be fantastic for conservatives. And coming up next, there was a fantastic piece in the Wall Street Journal by Peggy Noonan. I want to read quite a bit of it, but it kind of explains and puts into words the new Christian movement that has been spurred on over the last couple decades or last couple years, and specifically heightened with Charlie Kirk's assassination and subsequent memorial. I think that is a good move for the country, a good direction to go, and we'll talk about that after the break. Don't go away.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We're trying to make it a routine to read some of those emails in the last segment of the show. tpt@tpusa.com. Any of your thoughts, comments, concerns with the show, what we're talking about, any memories of Charlie or well wishes to the Kirk family, also welcome. tpt@tpusa.com. There was a fantastic piece in the Wall Street Journal written by Peggy Noonan. Some of you may be familiar with Peggy Noonan. I think she's usually brilliant, and sometimes I disagree with her, but that's, of course, the case with everyone. But I thought her analysis of the Christian movement, spurred on in large part, I believe, by Charlie Kirk, and catalyst at the memorial of Charlie this past Sunday. I thought this was a great description of what is happening in the conservative movement more broadly, but where Christians stack up and where they used to be in relation to the political discourse in this country. I'm going to read quite a bit of this, but it's longer than this, but I pulled out all the stuff that I thought was good. This is, again, Peggy Noonan in the Wall Street Journal. At the memorial, there was an altar call, at a public memorial for a political figure. It was a singular and moving moment. It was the dignity and peacefulness of the crowd. They didn't indulge their anger or cry out against their foe. It was as if they understood that that would be bad for the country. We've remarked about that several times before on this show. Erica talked about it in her speech. There was no riots. There was no violence. There was prayer and vigils after Charlie was murdered. Peggy Noonan continues. It looks to me as if a lot of these folks have been in some larger transit since 2015, as Kirk himself was. He entered the public stage to speak politics, but said by the end of this great work, he was speaking of Christ. The Secretary of State of the United States gave personal testimony on why Christ is in history and in his life, on what Christ is in history and in his life. The Vice President did the same. The whole thing was self-consciously and explicitly Christian. Kirk's widow Erica talked of new converts and asked the crowds to help them. She said of her husband's assassin, "That young man, I forgive him," and she received a standing ovation. A standing ovation, by the way, that lasted, I believe, over a minute because of how moving and powerful it was. We've talked about that on the show already. Noonan continues, "As I watched, I realized this is the true sound and tone of the Republican Party right now. This is the takeover of the previously patronized." She goes on to talk about the Reagan administration and how at the time the Reagan administration was not against Christians. They weren't anti-Christian in any way, shape, or form, but Christians had a seat at a table that was larger and more encompassing of what the party was at the time. She then goes on to say this, again, keeping that Reagan to now comparison in mind. As I watched the Kirk Memorial, I thought the people in that audience are the sons and daughters of the patronized Christians of the old White House. They had a seat at the table, but they are now at the head of the table. She then quotes somebody named Gary Bauer, who runs the Family Research Council, and he said this, "I don't know why this especially grabbed me." She's talking about Erica Kirk in her speech. He's talking about Erica's speech. Charlie wanted to save the lost boys of the West. Gary goes on to say that was just incredible. Young men robbed of their inheritance, taught that their countries are worthless, told they are toxic, they are the cause of all the problems. And he says, we see that impact everywhere. If we can't save our sons, it's over. He thinks America may be at the start of a religious revival. And just very briefly, I want to break away from this before we kind of wrap up into the conclusion. what does that actually look like in practice on the other side of the political aisle? I think we've all seen numerous instances of people condemning young men for the simple the crime of being a young man, especially religious young men. I think that is probably best described and summarized in this Hillary Clinton clip. Watch this clip 8.
The idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, it's just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, bumps along the way, but I agree with you, we were on the right trajectory.
The problem that liberals are going to have is that their leaders still think that. We were a better country when both Republicans and Democrats agreed, hey, religious and moral values is a good thing to hold. We can disagree on how much money a certain system gets or how much attention a certain project gets in the United States, but we all agree that we are a moral, Christian-based country. That's where we started from. That is what has made us great, and we should continue that. But that's not what the left has been doing for far too long. And I think the thing that is evident of this turning point that we're seeing in a Christian revival post Charlie Kirk and the memorial is the fact that I don't think they understand. That was Hillary Clinton a couple days ago. That wasn't like several years ago. I don't think they understand the position that they are now in. Now, we're going to read the last part of Peggy Noonan's piece in the Wall Street Journal here, where she talks about, there are possibly some reservations with that, because the left is going to say, well, you don't want a theocracy, which I actually do, but that's not the point I'm trying to make here. But the broader scope of this is we saw political leaders at the memorial making religious statements about their own personal belief. They weren't saying, we as a country need to do X, Y, Z because that's how I interpret the Bible. It was, no, this is my relationship with God. This is my relationship with Jesus. This is how I understand Christianity in my own personal life. And that's who I am. I'm going to lead as I am, but it's a internal relationship with Christ myself, as opposed to this idea of obscuring whatever actual religious belief there is and using that to govern, right? There are differences, right? There's a difference between somebody who's just going to say the things that they think Christians want to hear and someone who actually has a relationship with God and acts out of their own personal being, but the relationship is there and it's intact. Now, of course, that can be, up for debate on who's being honest and who's being genuine, but I think everybody there was, in fact, being genuine. People come to mind, J.D. Vance, Secretary Rubio. I think those guys are serious. I think they are genuine in what they are saying, and because of that, I trust them wholeheartedly to lead the country in a correct direction. Wrapping up Noonan's piece, she says this: reservations? Of course. If it's true, it feels European. The Christian Democrats are not American. I'm not sure that sentence feels clunky, but maybe I copy and pasted it weird. She says this: as a Christian, I see things through a Christian lens, but big democracies demand many lenses to maintain peace in the political sphere. Modern democracies get thrown in part by not letting those lines get too vivid. The demarcations are too sharp. A big blur can be helpful, but that would be a different column, different article, different time, different place to talk about that. What I think I see evolving is big. That wasn't just a memorial. It was a stepping forward in a new way of Christians and the Republican Party, which I think encapsulates the entire thing perfectly. Again, I thought that piece from the Wall Street Journal, Peggy Noonan, their writing in the Wall Street Journal, was a fantastic description of what exactly is going on. It's something that I think we all felt, but it's kind of intangible when you try to pinpoint it. And pinpointing it, can be a pretty difficult task to do. Now, I don't want to throw the kind of the sentiment of this segment off too much, But I do think there is another side of things that gets encapsulated in how, certain people in the way that they think, the libs think, how they look at the world and people and perspective. And unfortunately, that is encapsulated in this very short clip between former TV hosts Joy Reid and Don Lemon. Watch this clip, which I think is, it kind of perfectly exemplifies the exact opposite of what the Christian right is doing at the moment. Check out clip 9.
I can't stand JD Vance. Let's just be clear. There's nothing he could do. He could literally rescue my cat out of a burning building and I would still hate JD Vance.
Redemption is a thing. And I think conservatives more than ever understand that, especially with Erica's speech. And I know I've talked a lot about it, but I can't over exaggerate how impactful I think that was, how impressive I think she is, and how moving that moment was. Now, take the exact opposite of that, and that's what you get. I can't stand this person. There is nothing they can do. Conservatives and Christians don't think that way. We won't think that way, and we will continue to live our lives knowing that redemption is possible. I maybe get in trouble for this, but if Hillary Clinton, for some reason, I don't know, hell froze over, pigs started to fly, said, I believe that abortion is murder. I believe that we should build a wall and keep illegals out of the country. I believe that we should be fiscally responsible. There is nothing in me that says, well, just because she's Hillary Clinton doesn't mean I think that she can't do all of the right things. I would be like, yeah, great, welcome. Welcome. We will welcome you with open arms. That is not the way the other side looks at things. They look at people that they don't like and therefore demonize them regardless of what they do. That is the sentiment now of the two sides of the political aisle. You've got one side that is forgiving and actively trying to love their enemies, and you've got the other side that says, I don't care if my political opponent does miracles and saves millions of people, or my cat from a tree, which is the weird example Joy Reid gave. We will still hate them. Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that personally in your heart and trying to go forward and living a fulfilling life. And good luck with that politically as well. We here on the conservative aisle will lean into our tradition and our moral values and our Christ-centered lives. And if I were to put money on it, I think we're going to do better, both personally and politically. I thought that piece was fascinating. I thought it was really interesting. And I know we've kind of talked about this stuff before, but I think there's enough value there to continue talking about the impact that Charlie had, yes, on politics, but more importantly on Christianity and the revival that I think and I hope we are starting to see the start of in this country. We got Kamala Harris's new protege coming up. Who is it? What is she going to do? What is she like? As also Kamala making her book tour stops, and they're not going well. They're actually pretty funny and interesting. We'll talk about that and more after the break. Don't go away.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality,
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can email the show tpt@tpusa.com. Love seeing all of your emails, your thoughts on what we're talking about here. Appreciate your feedback, input, concerns, complaints even. We welcome it all. tpt@tpusa.com. We're going to turn the mood a little bit lighter. I know last segment is kind of some deep stuff, some heavy stuff that we do need to talk about. It's very important. But I recognize that, and we weren't necessarily built as a show to handle some of the more serious stuff. But I'm glad we're doing it, and I'm glad we're sticking through it together. Really appreciate all of you, hanging in there. We're also, trying to figure out where to go from here and how to move forward. The only thing we know is that we need to, and so appreciate all of that. So we'll get back into some of the lighter-hearted stuff today by laughing together at one Kamala Harris, the former DEI vice president. Is on a book tour, and it has been hilarious thus far. She's released her book. Kamala Harris released a book. I issued a congratulations on social media saying, Kamala Harris, today, congratulations on your book release. That is today. That is a book written by Kamala Harris that releases today, which is her book, the release day of the book that Kamala Harris wrote, happening today, the day it is released. I congratulated the former DEI vice president on that, and I'm looking forward to never reading her book, although it's hard to avoid because there's some things in it that are so funny that it's like impossible to not want to read more of it. I don't know if that was intentional. Like, I don't think that's how you want to promote your book, but I don't know. It seemed like the movie The Room. If you're unfamiliar with the movie The Room, this movie was so bad that everyone saw it. And maybe this is their plan of attack with Kamala Harris' book. Everything is so awful. The tour is such a train wreck that people like me are actually kind of interested, not in reading because we want to know what's going on in Kamala's head, but we want to be entertained and laugh because it's hilarious. One of the parts that I thought was so funny. I'm going to play a rather long clip, but this is Kamala doing her first interview post the election with Rachel Maddow. And Rachel Maddow asks, hey, in the book, you said that you didn't pick Pete Buttigieg because he's gay. Why? And then, I kid you not, and this is why I want to play the whole clip. Kamala says, well, that's not what I did. And then explains that's exactly what she did. Because again, she's terrible at politics and not a good public speaker. My wife watched this clip too and was like, how can someone possibly be this bad? Watch the clip and we'll discuss.
If his reaction to that, since this part of the book has come out, if you've had any reflection on that, or I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president. You're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president. To say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay is hard to hear.
No. That's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for President of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump, who knows no floor, to be a black woman running for President of the United States, and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk.
Well, hey, it's kind of disturbing that you didn't pick Pete Buttigieg because he's gay. No. I did not pick him because he was gay. I just didn't pick him because he was gay. That's effectively what Kamala Harris said. And to top it all off, what's even worse is this is the guy that she picked. Look, I have friends. There's a guy that I know. I wouldn't necessarily call him a friend, but very, very trusted voice in the conservative movement who happens to be gay, that has said Pete Buttigieg is lying about being gay. It's part of his tactful approach to the White House. Like, hey, look, the presidency is going to be won by somebody who checks all the boxes. And right now, for libs, being gay is one of the boxes. I don't know that to be true. I'm just saying that has been said, that Pete Buttigieg isn't actually gay. And apparently Tim Walz is, so Pete Buttigieg might be pretending to be straight or might be pretending to be gay. Tim Walz is clearly pretending to be straight. What straight man walks like that? I guess I don't quite understand the rationale. Again, here. I'm sorry, I'm cracking myself up. This is just too funny. We didn't pick him because he's gay, but I didn't do that. But I also did do that. And the guy I did pick walks like this. So I don't know. Maybe you thought you were going to get the gay vote by picking the straight guy who's pretending to be straight, but actually bats for the other team. Who knows? Also on the Kamala tour, and I thought this is actually an interesting thing to watch. She's been doing a bunch of events. Now, obviously, conservatives do events, I think, much more frequently at a much greater scale. But libs are starting to see that there's a benefit to that, so they're doing the same thing. Remember when Michelle Obama did like an arena tour on her book? I wasn't entirely sure why she did that, but she did, and people went for some reason. Well, Kamala's doing the same thing. She's doing a tour on her book. But like all lib events, it is devolving into destruction when pro-Hamas terrorist protesters say, we're mad about things. Watch that exchange that happened, I think, at Kamala's first live event, and look at how she handled it. Check this out.
About how and why you were saying what you were saying now and how I felt about it. You're not letting me talk. You know what? I respect your right to speak. Wait. Let's bring the temperature down. Let's bring the temperature down. Unlike the current president of the United States.
A bunch of freaking sheep they are there. Just unlike the current president. Hooray! She said something bad about the current president. Holy cow! Get a thought for yourself. But I think the most important thing that I wanted to point out there is you've got a heckler who disagrees with what Kamala Harris is saying. On the left, the thing that they try and do is say, well, I need to be able to talk. You're not letting me talk. And then they'll say something like, and I hate Donald Trump, and everyone will cheer, and they'll try to get out of the situation that way. On the right, something that Charlie would have done is walked a microphone out to that person and handed it to him, said, talk. What do you want to say? Now, obviously, there's a time and a place to do that, but you never see Kamala Harris or any libs doing that sort of stuff. There were no Q&As there, and if there are ever any Q&As, they're carefully screened. Hey, we don't want you to ask a question that might be too difficult for our DEI former vice president to be able to answer, which means that any question that involves words would be really, really tough, especially if she's a couple drinks in. But the bottom line here is, this is not how conservatives do things. When we do college events, somebody who disagrees with you, yeah, heckling is not cool, but there is an opportunity to give the microphone to that person. That does not exist on the other side of the political fence. Kamala Harris, wasn't going to allow that person to talk and actually answer their question, whereas in conservative events, while there is a time and place for actual remarks and Q&A, there always is a Q&A, and they're always willing to answer questions, unlike the libs. But speaking about the libs, we teased earlier that Kamala Harris has a protege. I, for one, am actually stoked about this. This is very, very exciting, partly because it's going to be better for the conservative movement. Go ahead and pull up that photo there. Here it is, Jasmine Crockett. Apparently and allegedly is Kamala Harris's protege, her heir apparent to the, I don't know, whatever power that Kamala Harris had. Maybe she'll run for president, in which case I would be thrilled. Jasmine Crockett, if you don't know, is the loudmouth congresswoman from Texas who, for some reason, I don't know, somehow picked up an Ebonics accent. I don't know where that came from, but if you watch clips where we were going to play it, but we feel like we had a bunch of stuff to cover and we couldn't bring all of them in. If you play clips from her in the past, she talks very politely, very like an educated person, and has devolved somehow into speaking with words that don't exist in the English lexicon or the dictionary in any way. But this is the type of person that Kamala Harris is now putting all of her eggs in the basket. She said, I think you're a very talented person, and invited Jasmine Crockett over to her house to, again, groom her to be the next leader of the libs in this country. Go ahead and play clip 7 to, I guess, get a look into the next leader and how she views herself and Kamala Harris as in relation to the current administration. Watch this.
Kamala Harris, light years ahead of Donald Trump as it relates to qualifications, as it relates to her overall resume, and as it relates to the fact that she was a lot younger. Everybody said that they wanted to get rid of Joe Biden because he was too old. Then you had a younger, qualified, non-felon candidate, and somehow the people still chose the old white man.
I am so pro this. I am so pro that lady taking the mantle and running with it. We will win every race imaginable. If she runs for president, we will win 48 states. Probably not California or New York because they've lost their minds. But if you think that being more qualified is, well, she's black, she's a woman, she's not a felon for felonies that we made up, and she's younger. Those are the 4 qualifications that Kamala Harris has. I don't know why people didn't vote for her instead of President Trump. Yeah, because none of those things matter. We don't care about the felony that you made up. We don't care that, yes, he's older. By the way, do they think that we didn't like President Biden because he was old? No, he happened to be old. What we didn't like is the fact that he couldn't think. He had dementia, which is a horrible thing to have happen to anybody. Nobody wants that or wishes upon that. But you also shouldn't be the freaking president of the United States. We didn't care that he was old. We cared that he couldn't think anymore. So being younger is not necessarily a qualification. And she didn't say it, but she definitely meant it. Being black or being a woman, I don't care. Nobody cares. If Winsome Sears is not that I need to to actually make a case against this ridiculous argument, but Winsome Sears, who is a conservative, an American, and a patriot, and also happens to be a black woman, I will vote for her over any white male lib who wants to murder babies and have an open border any day of the week. So to pretend that actually matters is ridiculous. And I approve of Jasmine Crockett taking the mantle and running with it because, like I said, we will never lose another election. That's Kamala. Coming up, there's so many things to talk about. The Ryder Cup, President Trump is there today, the golf tournament. I want to, Less about the Ryder Cup, more about them booing the current New York governor. If you haven't seen any of these videos, you're going to enjoy it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We got a bunch of emails. I got a bunch of social media messages. By the way, you should follow me on social media. Just type in JOBOB. You're going to find me pretty much everywhere. It is admittedly a weird name, and you're definitely not going to find a brown guy with all of his teeth who's named Joe Bob. So if you find one, that's probably me. But I got a bunch of emails at the tpt@tpusa.com and messages with these types of videos. Nobody wants to see this. This is New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who is giving away free money, but we'll discuss that in just a quick second. Being introduced at the Ryder Cup. President Trump is at the Ryder Cup. It's the competition, the golf competition between us and the foreigners who are golfing against us. If you know the Ryder Cup, you know that. But this is Kathy Hokul getting introduced a day or two ago. The response from the audience was not awesome. Play the first one of these clips.
Your friend and mine in attendance, Governor Kathy Hokul. Governor, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to your team, too, for getting us ready for the Ryder Cup in New York.
Now,
and lastly,
what we don't want to do is play a clip that is just, one angle of this. People do this to President Trump all the time. They say, President Trump entered the building and there were boos. Like, yeah, some doofus over here in this section had his camera up and he was booing, but the rest of the crowd was cheering with delight that the president was there. This happens all the time to President Trump. So we just want to make sure that this isn't the case with Kathy Hochul. So just in journalistic integrity here, we want to play yet another angle of this. Let's play another clip. I think this is Kathy Hochul getting introduced another time. So it's completely separate time, different kind of camera angle. Let's see what happens just to make sure we're keeping things square and fair here.
The governor of state New York, Kathy Hochul.
That actually seemed like they were booing too. And that was at a different time at the same event. But again, just to be safe, because look, this happens all the time to conservatives. They say, well, there were boos in the crowd, not to mention the 90% of people that were cheering when President Trump walked in the room. They do this all the time. And I just don't want to be that kind of show. I don't want to be the type of show that just shows one clip of some people booing, even though this particular clip sounds like there's an overwhelming amount of booing that drowns out really anybody cheering. And I don't think anybody was, because they were probably looking at all the people booing and going, holy cow, I don't want to be seen cheering for this idiot. I don't want to be the show that just assumes that. So we found a third clip of the same event. It's just getting introduced again. And you be the judge. Email us, tpt@tpusa.com. Were there actually drowning boos, or, we just a victim of media bias against the government?
You've done a tremendous amount of work here.
All right. Well, it seems definitive, folks. It seems that one Kathy Hochul is definitively not well liked among her constituents there in New York. At the very least, at a golf tournament, right? Like, I think we all are aware that, like, golf is President Trump's thing. Not to say that, libs can't play golf, metaphorically, but also literally. And I'm not entirely sure how good they are at golf as a whole, or really any athletic thing at all. But golf is President Trump's thing. Why would she go to this event? Like, she knows Trump is going to be there. And the only reason Trump is going to go is because he knows he's going to be welcomed with open arms, because this is his community. He likes the golf community. This is something we all know. Who on Governor Hochul's team thought, hey, there's a group of people who probably collectively really, really don't like you. I know. Let's go. Let's prove them wrong and get booed 3 separate times from 3 separate angles, so they can play it on Real America's Voice on Turning Point tonight. Maybe that's why they did it. They were being kind to us to be able to utilize that footage and make fun of the governor of New York. I mentioned briefly, part of this is New Yorkers are apparently getting checks for like $400 if you live there, up to $400 as a way for the governor to try and buy votes in her reelection campaign. We'll talk about maybe more of that on Monday, because I think that's a really interesting story. But for the purpose of time, to be able to have a last segment, got to go. TPT@tpusa.com. We'll be right back after the break with something completely unrelated, completely non-political, just good to see, and it makes me feel good. Maybe that says something about me. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
fans, the support bringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Welcome back to Turning Point. Tonight, we're together. We are continuing to chart the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want. TPT@TPUSA.com. Love seeing all your emails, regardless of what you think about. Well, I want to hear what you think about the show, what we're talking about, what we should be talking about. TPT@TPUSA.com. Eventually, we're going to have more time to read these. I know I've been promising this for a while, but we'll just get through a couple right now. Tommy reminded us that, hey, maybe we should keep it going, the idea of naming the new ballroom at the White House, the Charlie Kirk Ballroom. I love that idea. Monica Page, our Turning Point White House correspondent, I think was the first one to bring that up. So I love it. I love it. I love reminding people that might be in the cards and at play. So thanks, Tommy, for your email. John says this is his first time emailing. He's been watching every night. Really appreciate that, dude. Appreciate you tuning in. Steven sides with me on banning the UN, deport the United Nations. I don't know why we continue to pay a ton of taxpayer dollars for the meaningless, useless debating society that is the UN, and I don't know why they all have to be here, all of the people that pretend the United States isn't the biggest, baddest dude on the block, and that they can do whatever they want, and they don't need our permission to do it. I don't know why we fund that stupid thing. Deport the UN. And lastly for today, Jan, as well as many of you, speak slowly, there we go, said congratulations on your new son, and I appreciate that. Baby and wife are doing very, very well, and I don't know, more information on him a little bit later if that for some reason is wanted. I wanted to play this clip to wrap up the week. This has nothing to do with anything political, anything in the news of the day. I just thought it was nice to watch and is a sign that the world is healing.
When we last left off, I was fixing what the villain had undone in the Lowe's parking lot. Just because it's a hardware store doesn't mean you need to be a tool. I got a tip from a local youth. You don't want the kids to have to see these things, but when they do, you got to straighten them out. The manhole cover's not the kids. This was a water park just drowning in incongruity. But it had the high ground compared to what I was about to see. Oh my God. Yeah, this. Simple twist, but gruesome nonetheless. Just chaotic imbalance kicking open the door to our universe. Yang just moving on yin. I hate to know that a local youth even had to see this. But they did. Shout out to Sammy and Elliot for reporting these monstrosities. And then Sarah sent me something. Sweet squirrely chip. It was hard to look at, but if you're going to get the kind of community support I've been getting, you got to offer a quick turnaround time.
I just love that. Gotta go. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back Monday, same time, same place. Have a great weekend. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, this is Christ speaking, except a corn of wheat fall onto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. And I want to thank Charlie for his sacrifice, because much fruit is going to be realized.
Now, I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk.
But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent.
I believe Charlie is still urging us not to sit back, not to be quiet, but to carry on his mission forward, loudly, proudly, and with the same conviction he showed.
Sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people.
We will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart.
But we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for.
You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight.
Charlie lived what our founders envisioned. Freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom. I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak.
Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him.
In the words of Soren Kierkegaard, the tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf of Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with real America's voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rav fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Stations across the country. It's good morning where we're at. It's noon on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show. And I'm joined today by Charlie's chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, the great Mikey McCoy, and of course, Blake Neff, one of the producers here.
Wait, we have a great Mikey McCoy too?
We have a great.
I thought it was just
the great. No, the solidly acceptable.
Mediocre. Mikey the Great or Mike.
We are going to be having. Listen, the show goes on, but so do Ask Me Anything Fridays. And also, we're going to do that in hour 1 today. For anybody that's a part of the members community, members.charliekirk.com, you can call in, ask questions live on air, and we're going to answer them to the best of our ability. And we'll see what happens. It's always one of those days when that happens. Even when Charlie was here, we never quite knew what we were going to expect and what we were going to get. And then in hour 2, we're going to show some never before seen behind the scenes footage from Charlie's Asia trip. And Mikey and Blake were both traveling with Charlie when that happened. So I'm really excited about that, to see some stuff that nobody's ever seen before. And that was a trip. I mean, how many days was that before?
It was 65 hours in Asia between both Korea and Japan. So.
But what were the dates? What were the dates? It was the weekend before, right?
It was. So it would have been, he got back on, let's see here. It would have been, he got there on the 5th through the 7th.
Yeah. Right. So he got back and then 3 days later. So it's hard to watch, but also he was so happy and he was having so much fun that it's really good to watch. And it's, I think, cathartic, healing, all of those things. And then we're, of course, going to have the great, and she does deserve that title, the great Erica Kirk is going to join us because she loves this audience. She knew how much this audience meant to Charlie. And she had told me she's basically not doing anything, no media, no anything, but she's going to be right here and she wants to speak directly to you, the audience. And I said, yeah, whatever you want, like get as little as long, like it's totally up to you. And let us know how we can serve you and help you. And she was like, well, I just want to talk to the audience. And I said, that's fantastic. So stay tuned for that. So let's get going. We have members calls. That's members.charliekirk.com. And I believe the first up is Caleb. Caleb, do we have you? Are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Caleb.
I just wanted to ask what the plan is for future elections and the general election with Turning Point Action. And I want to know how I can best get involved. I live in Washington State, so that's kind of a hard area. But
Washington State is not a state that we're going to be focusing on. However, when it gets close to the election, what we do is we do these big volunteer drives where we'll book full hotels and room blocks, and we will give you an app and a list, and you can use the app to go knock on doors, make texts and phone calls, and try and chase ballots. So that's all through Turning Point Action. We're going to be probably focusing on what we call building a new red wall. Because of the way the census is working, more people are moving from blue northern states like New York or West Coast states like California, and they're moving to the red states, the Sun Belt. So that would be Arizona, that would be Florida, Texas. And because of that, there is an opportunity, if we properly counted the census, right, Blake, maybe you can touch on that, that we're going to have a lot more of an ability to get rid of what they used to call the blue wall, right? So you heard about the blue wall. It was Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's the blue wall, and Trump, demolished the blue wall, but it's still one of those toss-up areas of the country, right? We don't know what's going to happen in 2028. They could be back in play. I think if JD ends up running, that he's going to play very well in those states. But the point is, we can now form a new blue wall, and that would be holding Arizona. All the gains that Charlie spearheaded here in the state of Arizona. This was the best performing swing state by far. We won it by almost 6 points and about 200,000 votes, a little less, but almost 200,000. And we have a vision at Turning Point Action to completely Floridify, the Floridification of Arizona. That's the vision. So you add Nevada, that will be another state that we really want to make solidly red. We think that we like the underlying momentum that we have in that state. And then maybe a state like New Hampshire. If you put those, where New Hampshire has more registered Republicans than Democrats, if you put those three states together, and if we get Nebraska to be a winner-take-all, which is still something that we're working on, you're going to create a map that's very, 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 very hard for Democrats to win in the future. Now, you still got to hold Georgia. We got great partners in Georgia that are activating already. And I mean, listen, the midterms, it's anybody's game, right? Historically, in the midterms, 2026, the incumbent party typically does not fare as well in the midterms from a congressional standpoint, but I think everything's out the window this time. I just think there is no historical parallel, both with Charlie's death, both with what's happened with immigration. People still remember that, both with, the economy, if the economy's doing strong. So how you can best get involved is just go to tpaction.com, get your name in, make sure you volunteer, join coalitions. You can spearhead your own sort of grassroots level, county GOP level work. What part of Washington are you in, Caleb?
I live in the 4th district of Washington.
Which part of the state?
I live in Tri-Cities, Washington, so Benton County.
Yeah, that's more conservative. Tri-Cities is more conservative.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, listen.
Yeah, and I'm going to be running with, I'm going to be helping Jared Sessler run for state Congress.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So what you should do is you should get your local GOP to get behind the Turning Point Action app. That will absolutely supercharge what you guys can do. And we have training sessions that we can do with the local GOPs if you guys want to get the app and use it and chase ballots, because that's ultimately what needs to be done. The Republican Party is now the low propensity party, meaning, it used to be that we would poll behind, in the sort of generic ballots, they polled which party do you prefer, but then we would make up the ground and then some on election day because our people would predictably come out. Everything's changed in the era of Donald Trump. Now we poll ahead, but then we don't show up. And so our job as the grassroots is to make sure people show up, and that's what the Turning Point Action app does. It identifies low propensity voters, helps you focus your efforts on those people and get them out to the polls. So thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much, Caleb. Thank you for wanting to get involved, and you honor Charlie when you get involved in the movement. You make it stronger, as Erica says.
Yeah, I just turned 18, and I've never wanted to get more involved since the 10th.
Feel free to start a Turning Point chapter, too, at your
high school. I already have.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, I've started one, and I've helped get 4 more started recently. So,
God bless you, man. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, well, maybe we'll see you at AmFest then.
All right, yeah, see you guys.
Thank you. Sean, you are up next. Sean, what's your question?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Charlie was really well-versed on a lot of topics. I mean, I don't know if I know a person that was more well-versed across all the different subjects. Do you see a more segmented approach in the future for TPUSA? And if so, what role do you think Christian apologetics could play moving forward?
Well, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, so
Blake, you're versed on a lot of topics.
No, it's definitely Charlie. Definitely was, among other things, he had a huge, very broad knowledge base. He loved to pick up tons of knowledge in different areas. He had a ton of knowledge in different areas. We've talked about how impressive he was in terms of being an organizer, in terms of being a political activist, in terms of being involved inside the White House, and still really caring to pick up that broad base of historical knowledge, philosophical knowledge, Christian knowledge. None of us can match that, to be frank. He was always very proud, and Mikey can attest to this, that he would love to have Mikey quiz us on Bible topics, because that was something where you could beat me on a lot of those topics. And he would ask me about history stuff. So in general, going forward, all of us are going to be trying hard to step into his shoes. Yeah. But I do think you'll see a segmentation where maybe I'll answer really detailed political questions. Maybe Erica herself could talk a lot about faith stuff.
We can keep going in the stream so you can finish this. But for radio, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back for the stream. Blake, continue.
As I said, Charlie's breadth of what he was involved in it was really what made him so exceptional. How many different things he had knowledge of from his own practical experience. He could talk, this is how this election is probably going to go, because I've worked directly in a bunch of elections. This is what's probably going on inside the Trump admin. I've seen the inside. I can't speak to everything that's going on there publicly, but, trust me, I've talked to people there. He could do that with so much credibility. And okay, I've never actually been inside the Oval Office. I've never been inside the West Wing. Whereas, no one else is really interested in all the weird historical arcana that I'm into. Not all of us have the same base of biblical knowledge. So we are going to see some segmentation on that front. I think the faith one is going to be a really important one for us to cultivate. I know Erica's very great on that. We obviously have a lot of pastor friends. You're pretty good on that too yourself, Mikey.
Yeah. The other thing Charlie, I have some pastor friends. The other thing Charlie was really good at is it was the Charlie effect, and Dr. Larry Arnn talked about this, how he met this young kid who told him he was really passionate about politics and wanted to enter into that world. Dr. Arnn didn't take him seriously. And then a week later, he gets a text message from Charlie. He doesn't know how he got his phone number, but it's a certificate of a completed Hillsdale online course. And then Charlie went on to do all 31 courses. And so when Charlie would do something, he'd commit himself 100% to doing it. And so when I first started with him, he said, your first task is to watch every single Dennis Prager fireside chat. And so that's what you do. Once he was interested in the topic, he would just commit himself entirely to it. And what Blake said too, in his free time, he was wanting to be quizzed on Bible stuff. That was the foundation of everything in his life. He loved God, so he wanted to understand God. And that meant every single free moment he had, he was looking at quizzes, reading his scriptures, everything.
Yeah. I think we talked about this, and privately, I don't think it ever made its way onto the show yet. But one of the things that was most remarkable about Charlie, and having helped start this program with Charlie, remember it in this context, but he did it in everything he touched in life. He had this great follow through. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but if he was going to start a podcast, it wasn't, he wasn't going to be deterred, in the early days, if we fell behind in the rankings or something like that. He would push, and he was so dogged in his pursuit. And I don't think I was wired that way originally. But it was so long ago that I don't even remember me being that way. Charlie fully transformed the people around him to be more like him. Yes. He forced them to accept his strengths, because there was a temptation, I think, to resist. And then eventually, okay, he was right. And if we just pushed through that wall, we were going to get to the other side, and we were going to accomplish the goal. He just wouldn't stop. I think a lot of entrepreneurs, or would-be entrepreneurs, they have a great idea and then they can't follow through on it. Charlie had incredible follow through, which is why all of this exists. And I only say that because I think one of the most important things for all of us around this table, anybody that is associated with Turning Point, anybody that's going to go out to campuses, our contributors, our students, is that we have to commit ourselves to following through and learning and growing and being the best versions of ourselves that we can be, so that we can answer the tough questions just like he did. Obviously, nobody's going to answer them the way and as good as he did, but we have to be better. And that's incumbent on all of us. And we all have our own little areas of specialization and curiosity. So hopefully, and branching out from there, people that go on campuses or speak at our events, we're going to bring in people that have specializations as well. But it's going to be a group effort. There's just no way around it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll need like 2-man Charlie squads, like 2 people who can like somewhat cover.
We're going to need like 3 people for one debate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
prove us wrong.
Prove us, exactly. Yeah. Prove we wrong, including our grammar. All right. Next up, I think we got somebody. Daisy, do we have somebody? Stacy. Let's go, Stacy.
Hi. Thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to let you guys know that we are praying for your team, praying for Erica. And my question is, during this tragedy, what has been one surprising thing that God has done for the team, giving peace and comfort during this time since Charlie's passing? And what is like one fear right now you may have, so that we, the audience, can pray for God to meet that need for the team?
I love this question so much that I think I'm looking at the show clock here. If you wouldn't mind, Stacy, maybe I'm going to have you repeat it for the radio audience when we come back, and then I know Mikey and Blake have some stuff they want to mention. So hold right there, Stacy. I'm going to have you repeat for the radio audience, but we'll be right back in just 1 second. Welcome back, radio stations across the country. We are doing an Ask Me Anything in honor of our Fridays with Charlie. Charlie would always do the Ask Me Anything with his members.charliekirk.com on Fridays. And we're doing it in hour 1 because we're going to have Erica Kirk join us in hour 2. So, you're not going to want to miss that. We're so honored that she wants to join the show and talk to you, the audience. And we have right now Stacy. Stacy, you already told us in the break, but please, for the radio audience, repeat the question.
Sure. Yeah. So I was just mentioning that we're praying for you, all of us that supported Charlie and Turning Point USA. So my question is, during this tragedy, what has been one surprising thing that God has done for the team, giving peace and comfort during this time since Charlie's passing? And what is one fear right now you may have, so that we, the audience, can pray for God to meet that need for the team?
Thank you so much. That's such a sweet question. And I know Mikey had mentioned to me in the chat, so the floor is yours.
Yeah. In terms of what God's done, which is just looking back and being in awe of it, the actual day that it happened, and Blake can attest to this too, since he was there, being in Utah, I have no idea how I got through that day. And everything at the hospital, from the decisions that had to be made to the peace that was given to me by the Lord. I mean, it was evident that God was there. I don't know how I was able to operate. I felt, looking back, I felt like my mind had just shut off and my body was just moving and doing everything that it had to do. And then the days following that as well, coming back to Arizona, Air Force 2, all those details. Looking back on that, it was evident that the Lord's hand was involved entirely. I don't know if you feel the same, Blake, but
I definitely saw it with you. I can say that. I remember. I remember when your parents arrived, and that was like the first time I told them. I was like, Mikey's been incredible today. And I've only seen that in the days and weeks since. It was remarkable to behold. What I've taken personal comfort from was, and we'll get into this when we talk about, the trip to Asia. I was only really just appreciating how big Charlie had become, how much he meant to so many people around the world. And then seeing that, the universal reaction around the world of or the scale of the reaction around the world, how many people he touched, how many people he's touching because of this. I've been telling people I want to get multiple of those freedom shirts because it's great to wear them around. And the people who react to it, who have been telling me, I never watched Charlie before, but now I can't get enough of him. It's like, it's incredible the life he lived. He's inspiring me so much. I saw a post on X the other day where someone, I think he was also wearing one of those shirts or something. And the guy just, was like, oh, did you know him? He's like, yeah, I met him. And the guy just starts sobbing. He's like, I started going to church again now because of this. And millions of people are having interactions like this all around. I'm getting messages where people say, my church, which never talks about public figures, the sermon was about Charlie and his martyrdom. And I've drawn a lot of meaning from that, what we've all said, that Charlie always wanted to have a revival, and we're seeing those signs of that across America and around the world.
Yeah, and we've gotten messages from people saying their marriage is better. At the memorial, I had somebody grab me. This is a pretty high-profile person, and they shook me. And they said, I am a changed person after last week. I need you to understand that I'm a better father. I'm a better husband. I'm a better Christian. I'm a changed man. And it wasn't just him. I've heard that message hundreds of times. People sending me stuff.
Yeah, I had a very high-profile Fox host tell me the same. Like, I will never be the same.
Yeah,
I am changed. And I think so. The prayer is, is that the harvest would be so unmistakable and unbelievable that we really would see revival, and that we would be faithful stewards of what Charlie put, implanted in all of our hearts. And
I just want to read this because we've got a minute. Daisy just sent us an image that was a message that she was sent, and no names are in it, so I think we're okay. We have 2 couple friends that have been impacted by this. One couple was on the brink of divorce. The husband apologized to his wife and said he needed to start treating her better and leading his family better. This is the first time in their 15 years together they started praying in the morning and the night together as a couple. Another couple we went to church with stopped attending a year ago. We have repeatedly invited them back. This weekend, they were back.
Wow. And you see Tim Allen, too. He just forgave his father's shooter for the first time.
That was incredible.
Yeah, and he said that it was Erica's courage on stage. Yeah, you can see the tweet right there. It was Erica's courage on stage to forgive that led him to forgive the man that murdered his father 60 years ago.
I think we label these Forgiveness Fridays.
Forgiveness Fridays, yeah. That's good. Who do we forgive? It's kind of like Festivus for the rest of us. Charlie, love that. All right, we have a radio break here, and we'll keep going in the stream, and we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. So, Stacey, I think just to round out I would say pray for our safety, pray for our families. A lot of us, everybody around this table is sort of been thrust into a much more public position than we had ever wanted or anticipated. And we are doing it out of duty and honor and a desire to we love Turning Point. We love Charlie. We love Erica. We love the mission. And, what would Charlie do? I think I asked myself that a lot. Yeah. And I ask myself that probably a dozen times a day, various decisions or things that come up. And so pray for us that we would stay humble and stay low and stay close to Jesus. And I would say, I've said this before, but there were so many instances where Charlie would have this amazing success, like this amazing thing would happen. And he would quickly type back to me personally, he'd go, just stay humble, stay close to Jesus. Yes. And I'll always remember that because that is the mantra, that's the drum beat. And, just pray that we at Turning Point, that we would be faithful stewards of all of this explosive growth, of this chapter growth, of these opportunities to continue the mission of Charlie. And we have every intention to do it. So when we get high, we need to be humbled. When we get low, need to stay positive, stay humble. That's Charlie.
It's Charlie.
That's literally, Daisy just sent me
his message.
That we have. She just forwarded it to me.
Wow. And I think back to election night when he sat right here first thing he did is he just gave all glory to God. And there's actually a psalm that talks about that, where you'll be known by the way you celebrate, essentially. I'll have to find this first. But it was the first thing he did. All glory to God.
I'm just humbled by God's grace.
Yeah, that's right.
And there it is. That was such a beautiful moment. And all of us were here for that. And yeah, I watched that clip back in the days after the election so many times, and it would make me cry every time. I don't want to be known as like the sobbing guy, but like it was literally two instances. What just happened and this. I mean, I think hopefully you guys will forgive me for that. But yeah, it would make me misty seeing him get misty, because I know how much he left on the field. He, as you said in the moment, if anybody deserves to get a little emotional, it's Charlie, because of how hard he worked for that moment. But
I just always think how I'm forever just going to be the guy boringly droning in that clip.
No, that was Jack. That was Jack.
No.
All right. Next question. I believe we have Gentry.
Hey guys, thanks for doing this show. We've been praying for all you guys. My question is, wanted to ask who Charlie's mentors were and his favorite books. Obviously, the Bible. I know a lot of people have been buying Bibles and reading that, but I was also curious what his other favorite books were and his mentors.
I would say there's a lot of answers to that.
Yeah.
I would Bill Montgomery was the one that sort of saw Charlie speaking at a Tea Party rally when he was 18, and the way that it was told to me by Bill was everybody was like sleeping, and Charlie gets to the stage and everybody kind of their ears perked up and they were like, wow, who is this kid? So Bill was the first one to sort of take, and Bill was a really sweet guy. He took an interest in Charlie, knew that he could sort of was the first, he gets the great credit of being one of the first to see the potential in Charlie. Yeah. And God rest his soul. He died in 2020. But, Charlie had a lot of mentors, including Dennis Prager and
Frank Turek
especially when it came to apologetics. Frank Turek was his go-to resource, and he would hit him up on a lot of this stuff. And then I would say, the Horowitz, David Horowitz was one of his early mentors, especially when it came to just networking and fundraising. Yep. But he studied people that are living and people that are dead. So there's no end of mentors. Mikey, I don't know if you want to add to this, but
he kind of had mentors for different things.
Yeah.
And he would do these things, Blake, about this, where he would fly somebody out and they would be there for like 4 to 5 days on end, and they would just kind of loiter around the office. But then what really happened, where a lot of people at the office didn't see this, is afterwards they would go to Charlie's house and we would do these whiteboard sessions, these epic whiteboard sessions.
Yeah,
and Charlie,
do a spinal tap, suck all the essence off.
Yeah. And Charlie would just sit there with his notebook. He always had these spiral bound notebooks, and he would just write and write and write and write. And if he had an answer that he was struggling with, this is something I get on campus. This is what I need help with. And so that was anybody from, Frank Turek to Dr. James Orr to.
Well, I was going to say, I was just about to say, Dr. Orr, who was on this week, was another one of Charlie's mentors, and he was a newer person that came into his life, but he was so excited to absorb everything he could on the classics from Dr. James Orr. We're going to take a quick break and welcome back radio. We're welcome back to radio. We had been asked to put together a definitive Charlie book list, and we just need to do it. We need to put our heads down because he was asked so many times.
Now it's annoying because we'll have to go back and listen to all the stuff he said. The one I always remember saying, Man Search for Meaning, was one he would cite repeatedly. Mm-hmm. Darkness at Noon. He greatly liked. I'm trying to make sure that he would always say that in those Hillsdale ads, but I believe he also was a big fan of that book and would cite it. 1984.
Yeah.
In general, he would like very impactful books.
Yeah.
That were not too long because he was a very busy guy.
Age of Entitlement was a really important book for him.
Politically. Political philosophy.
Yep. Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. He would recommend that to everybody. Did you say Darkness at Noon?
Yeah.
You did. He loved that one.
he was really into. I'm trying to think all the books, man. We just need to like sit down and put it all
now,
together.
because I know he got asked that in prior AMAs, and I think he even did like best. I always remember Man's Search for Meaning because that was his favorite book of 23, and he did kind of all of his reading in 2023, and he talked about that.
He started reading way more during COVID.
Yeah.
So COVID was a time where he took the shutdown and just started voraciously absorbing content. And I actually, he used to kind of hate this question, by the way.
Before we forget, C.S. Lewis. He loved all the C.S. Lewis
all the
stuff.
C.S. Lewis, sure,
Christianity, Screw Tape Letters.
But it was some of the more obscure ones, too, like...
The Great Divorce.
The Great Divorce, yeah. Anyways, so the point is, Charlie, I remember he would get kind of annoyed at this, not because it's not a good question, it's a really good question. It's just when you're on the spot being asked which books, you're like...
Well, his favorite right at the end were two. And it was Not Enough Faith to Be an Atheist with Frank Turek. But then he had just finished it, and I just ordered my coffee, and he was loving the book so much. But it was Doctrine by Mark Driscoll, and he loved that book.
Yeah, we're actually going to be talking about Revival with him next week, so stay tuned for that. And Josh McPherson, we're going to have them both on. And I think... So he had a lot of favorite books, and he borrowed from a lot of people. But let's commit to that as a team. Let's go back through the archives, get all of his best answers, and we will commit to you, the audience, to put together a comprehensive answer, and we'll put it on the charliekirk.com.
Do a Charlie Kirk book club, like 12 of them.
Absolutely, we should.
One book at a time.
Yeah, no, we should. So it's a great prompt and a great question. It is hard to answer though on the spot.
Now I'm just feeling like why didn't I remember all of these things? And I was just thinking, well, I could ask him whenever.
Yeah, I know.
There's this book when we were in Maine that he recommended. He said it's called Overcoming Unwanted and Intrusive Thoughts, and then he goes, but then I read it, and it gave me all these unwanted and intrusive thoughts that I didn't know I needed and wanted.
Charlie was always very great about, this is something he shared with Trump, sort of that power. He wasn't a full believer in power of positive thinking, but he was a very big believer. He's just like, Blake, I think your level of happiness is basically decided by yourself. And I remember once he was just like, I could be sad about this, but I choose not to be.
Yes, exactly.
So Daisy's mentioning in the chat that Ask Charlie Anything 183, The Road to 270, What Books to Read. It's in the title. So it was April 8th, 2024. That's probably still on Rumble, so you can go back and listen to Rumble, April 8th, 2024, The Road to 270, Ask Charlie Anything 183. So you can look up that title. Ask Charlie Anything 183.
That'll be on Rumble. That'll be on podcast apps.
Yeah. So if you go to the Omni app, I think you can get all of Charlie's podcasts. So Omni is it's a publisher, a syndicator of the RSS feed. So if you go to Apple, some of the old ones are off. They're not available there. But if you go to Omni, you can search the Charlie Kirk Show, and all of them are there. We should, just type in that title, Google a bunch of ways to listen to it. It'll show up. Okay, so type in Ask Charlie Anything 183, The Road to 270, What Books to Read, and it'll come up. Okay.
And one last thing, just on the mentor issue, I just want to emphasize that kind of shows he was a very talented man, but one of his very strong core traits, even as Charlie was becoming a bigger person, a more prominent person, he had that humility. He had no embarrassment, no shame about seeking a ton of mentors. Think about how, let's just say it, how famous he was, and he's still I want to take a weekend to learn from this person who is a lot less famous than I am, who is a lot less noteworthy than I am, but I think I have a ton to learn from them. I want a whole weekend to do it.
And he always was so loyal. Charlie was the most loyal person to his friends. So after that season of learning from you, he would never forget it. And he would invite you to everything and stay in touch with you. And one that comes to mind is, you just briefly mentioned it, Andrew, but Dennis Prager was a huge mentor for Charlie. And obviously the accident happened with Dennis. Charlie made multiple trips to go visit Dennis on the East Coast. In the hospital.
Well, he went out to L.A. first, and then he went to Georgia.
And Charlie made multiple trips to both. And he even just dedicated his new book, Stop in the Name of God, to Dennis Prager.
I think the title is from Dennis, too, isn't it?
The title is from Dennis, too. And so,
by the way, he would hit up Tony Robbins
all the time
to talk to him, and he loved his book, Big Influence, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. So that's from Chicago friend that's reminding me of those books. So, all right, next question. Who do we have? Elizabeth, you are on with the Charlie Kirk Show. What's your question?
So I'm just curious, with the enormity of inquiries you guys have had, which praise God for that, with a child in high school and one in college, I cannot be happier to hear about all of that. But I'm just wondering what the vetting process is, how long you anticipate it will take to ensure that we're getting good leadership on these campuses, people with good, noble, pure intentions that are going to carry Charlie's torch onto the campuses with all these inquiries. I imagine it's going to take a little bit of time to vet everybody and get everybody equipped.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it in perspective, we were getting somewhere around, let's say, 30 to 50 inquiries a week before this. So to get over 120,000 is a Herculean task for the team. I will tell you that we're exploring different ways to sort of do them in batches and groups, right? And we have field team all around the country that usually will take an inquiry, it will come in. The field team will then go meet with that person and help them and give them all the tools they need to start that chapter. So there will have to be some sort of hands-on piece of that, and we're probably going to have to staff up, and we have a lot of people that we can sort of bring into that team, train them up so they can reach more people. It will take time. It will take time because the way that a chapter is formed, you have to then get a sponsor at the school. So you have to get a teacher or an administrator to say, hey, I'll put my name on this chapter. Thankfully, in the aftermath, finding sponsors is a lot easier. Chapters need an adult to help them, and so now that's going to be easier. I will say that you mentioned how do we know they're going to be doing this in good faith? Well, one of the great things about having so many inquiries is a lot of those are duplicates from the same school. I mean, we have way more inquiries than there are schools in the United States. The way the college works is that once you hit about 1,000, you're kind of maxing out the possibility there. So a lot of those inquiries on the college level, we're going to be able to plug them in to these chapters that are already functioning and in existence, and they're probably going to be the next group that leads those chapters into the future. And on the high school level, there's about 24,000 high schools in the country, and we have every faith that one of Charlie's last, desires, wishes, visions that he cast was that we're going to have a Club America chapter, which is our Turning Point High School brand. We're going to have those in every single high school in America. So even there, we've got duplicates, right? We might have some homeschools. We have a way to support homeschools or pod schools where different families get together and kind of share the load. So we have ways to do all of those things, and you're going to have duplicates. So if, say, example, A is that we have 2 or 3 applicants that want to start a Turning Point chapter at a certain high school. Well, applicant A and applicant B might tell us applicant C is not in good faith or not the right person to do this, and vice versa. So we're going to have the ability to cross-check even at the local school level.
And the only other thing I would add is that the leaders of the chapter, so you elect the president of the chapter, the vice president of the chapter, et cetera, are selected appropriately. And we also host an event every single year called our Chapter Leadership Summit. It's called CLS. And this was always Charlie's favorite because he loved the energy of these leaders, these student leaders. But that's where our team see them in person. And if they're a bad cookie, they're removed from the bunch. We have a good vetting process.
Yeah, and I just actually sent your question, Elizabeth, to our field team, and the answer we got back is that contacted within a month. That's the promise. So if you send an inquiry in, you'll be contacted within a month. But the rest of the semester to be fully equipped with activism kits, training, school approval, etc. So the way this typically works is about 30% of the leads convert. So hopefully it's higher now, but that's kind of the math that but even at 30%, we're in a position where Charlie's vision is really,
it's going to happen.
We're at the cusp of that. So we're going to be continuing this for all semester, but they will be contacted within a month by one of our staff at Turning Point.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Praying for you guys. And
thank you.
I'm in Arizona, so I mean, I'll lick envelopes for you guys if that's what you need as
God
far
bless
as
you.
help. I actually applied for a job about a year ago to Turning Point, but I live clear across the valley, so coming into the office every day was kind of not an option for me. I think we determined that in my interview, but I will drive out there once a week. I will lick envelopes. Like I said, I will do whatever you guys need. So if there's a way for me to sign up to serve, my family and I were in it. So
I love that. And that those kind of messages keep my spirits really high, because I know that we have so many people behind us, and that they're doing it for Charlie, and they're doing it for the mission. And I believe that this is part of the harvest that we're going to experience in the aftermath here. And I believe God has a plan, and God has his hand on us. So yeah.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And by the way, you talk about getting involved. I mean, please, at the Arizona level, Charlie so badly wanted to make Andy Biggs the next governor of this state, and we're going to keep pushing that forward. We're not giving up on that mission. I think it's critically important. We love Andy Biggs. He's a good man. He's a strong conservative. Charlie and him were very close. So please consider getting involved at Turning Point Action to become a ballot chaser, volunteer, download the app, and get involved here in the state of Arizona. We need your help.
all right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a radio break coming up, and man, these hours go fast. They're
so much fun.
They are really fun. So let us take a break on radio, and maybe we'll give our partners a break too. So we'll come back for the next radio break. Don't go anywhere.
Vote against. No tax on tips. That's a work.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump back in New York right now, ready to cheer on Team USA. He'll spend the afternoon at Bethpage Golf Course with his granddaughter for the Ryder Cup match between the United States and Europe. Before leaving the White House, 47 addressed the James Comey indictment, which accuses the former FBI director of lying to Congress as part of the Russiagate investigation.
They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope frankly, I hope there are others. You can't let this happen to a country. It's pretty easy case because, look, he lied. You saw my truth today. He lied. Yes. So he didn't say, well, in my opinion, he didn't do a lot of things that maybe he should have, but I don't think he could because he lied. That was a very important question that he was asked. And he wanted to be specific, but he didn't. The only thing that happened to him, he didn't think he'd get caught.
The commander-in-chief also making headlines, saying that he believes a deal on Gaza is close to coming to fruition.
I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be.
President Trump's announcement comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the United Nations General Assembly today. A number of delegates to the UN walked out in protest before his remarks began. Well, again, as it relates to FBI Director James Comey's indictment, one is for making a false statement. The second is for obstructing a congressional proceeding. President Trump weighed in on Truth Social as well. You just heard him weigh in verbally. On Truth Social, he wrote, "Justice in America, one of the worst human beings this country has ever been exposed to is James Comey, the former corrupt head of the FBI. Today, he was indicted by a grand jury on 2 felony counts for various illegal, unlawful acts. He has been so bad for this country for so long," the president goes on to write. We'll continue to monitor this story.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, with Mikey McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, and Blake Neff, Charlie's travel buddy and quiz partner. I think that's your title now. I just got a note from one of our affiliates in North Dakota. I think it's great. He said, "In my last interview with Charlie, I promised North Dakota would have the highest percentage of high school and college participants per capita in the nation. Let's go." Wow. There's a challenge for you. Texas, Arizona, Wisconsin, California, etc. I agree. I would love to see, let's see which state can be the best turning point state.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it would be. If I had to, I wonder where we're strongest.
Well, we have to make it Arizona.
We have to make it Arizona.
Charlie.
That's probably true. Yeah. But I will tell you, there's like huge chapters at Clemson and UGA and Georgia. And I mean,
people
Penn
always
State.
complain about there being 2 Dakotas. So maybe one could rename itself to Dakota and the other could name itself Turning Point State.
Oh,
that would be North Dakota. Wait, which one are you from?
I'm from South Dakota. Well, I was born in North Dakota, but raised in South Dakota, so I use that to confuse people a lot.
That is confusing. I think that's great. Thank you, Scott, for sending that. What's our next question? Oh, wait. Caleb and Michelle want to know how Daisy's doing. How's the baby? We've prayed for you. Daisy is doing great. You can just barely start to see. You could just.
I don't know. I don't even think you can see it.
No, it depends what she's wearing. You can't see it like today. She's wearing, I don't know. I barely saw her, but you wouldn't notice it. But like, there was one time I was like, "Hey, you got a little baby bump finally." Like, it's her first baby, so I've had 3. I know how this goes. The first one, you don't show as much, and so she's kind of at that stage. But it's like she's getting close. But baby's good. She'll be 39 weeks at AmFest. She had a wait. Tell everyone I was asked multiple times if I had a stomach ache on stage because I had my hand on my bump. Did you have a stomach ache on stage?
Very big one. A very big one.
Did you eat she goes, "No, I'm pregnant." Yeah, because she doesn't look that pregnant. So she's 6 months pregnant and she looks like the same. It's very, anyways, first baby thing. So hopefully that answers it, but she's doing great and she's been an absolute rock star in this time. She's helped keep the team together and handle all the coordination with the teams of people that have come, whether that was Tucker or Megan or Glenn. She was helping coordinate all of that. She's keeping the trains running on time. So she's been amazing. And she's laughing at me. Okay, Zach, next question, Zach.
Hey, how are you all doing?
Hey, Zach, we're doing well. What's your question?
Yeah, so the biggest thing for me that I've been wondering, especially in light, ever really since Trump was first elected, how do we go about having decent conversations with one another as human beings? There's a lot of, I feel, tension. And I love talking about politics with my friends. A lot of them are poli-sci or economics, whatever it may be, and we get on those topics, but it always seems like we start building the tension, and I'm not really sure how we bring that down when we're in those conversations, how we get back to a human level and really focus on what matters most. And that's, we do love each other at the end of the day. We're brothers. We've been friends for a long time, but how do we navigate those situations?
Does anybody want to take this one? Or
yeah, Charlie would always ask questions, and he said it was his secret weapon to kind of, if someone was coming in hot, it would calm them down a little bit. So his first is he would say, well, what evidence do you have for that claim? And that was his first question that he would like to ask to somebody. So asking questions, but then the hardest part is staying true to yourself, because the other side doesn't necessarily come with good intentions in debate. And so they're ready to yell at you or worse. And so doing the Charlie effect is keeping calm, being kind, asking questions, and being the bigger person even when they're not is really kind of the secret weapon there. What do you think, Blake?
Yeah, and I think it's always good. Ultimately you can only control yourself. The rule I always like to remember for debates is, remember, especially if it's in public, you're not just debating the person you're directly opposite. You're sort of debating every single person who is watching, every person who's a witness to it, and as a result, we should always be careful, like, not to disgrace ourselves, not to behave in ways that we'll regret later, because we're a representative of everyone who shares our views. We're representative of our cause. Always remember that, and I think that will always encourage better behavior.
Yeah, and we got to wrap this hour up here, but I would say that Charlie was really good at not dehumanizing the other side. He always treated them as a human being. And even when they don't treat you like a human being, that you could still sort of acknowledge, hey, you're not treating me with respect, but fine, I'm going to still answer your question. Yeah. And Charlie was really good at sussing out good faith, bad faith arguments.
And have confidence. You're a representation of the truth. The truth is on your side. Be confident about it. So,
All right, that's the end of hour one. I think we should take one more in the break. What do you guys think?
I like it.
All right, we'll be back for the stream. Radio, we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. We have a question from Chris. Chris, are you there? Guess we're looking for Chris.
We lost Chris.
It's our fault. I threw a curveball at the studio, and so now they have to go find Chris.
We were so close to like a miracle.
No, we were
in
close.
Charlie's honor.
We had the
every
miracle.
single question. There was no.
We
got her. We got her.
Yay! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Thank you for being here and being a member. We appreciate it.
Wow. I'm just going to read to you what I wrote so that I don't mess it up. I just wanted to thank y'all for working so hard to preserve Charlie's legacy. I understand how important Charlie's relationship is within the Trump administration. And do we foresee continuing those relationships to further advance the MAGA Maha agenda?
Yeah, I would say, and Mikey, you'd be good to chime in here as well. So I would say one of the fascinating things in the immediate aftermath was just how many people that Charlie was communicating with reached out to our team, to me personally, just to say, hey, I'm here. This is my number. Like we knew each other, but it was Charlie was maintaining all these relationships, and it was like, we're not going anywhere. Please let us know what we can do. And those relationships have been blossoming and growing, and so those friends of Charlie's in the admin want to maintain their friendships and maintain their connection to the organization. To Erica, I know Erica's had a ton of people that are very, very important people to this country reach out directly and just say how they could help, and I know that she's ongoing having those conversations.
Yeah, without divulging too much, Erica is daily in contact with many, many, many people inside of the admin, and so she had relationships with a lot of these people. With Charlie, and then also on her own. But there's a podcast that Charlie and Erica didn't hear where one of you guys asked a question. Who's more conservative? Charlie said, Erica's way more based than I am. So in regards to furthering the MAGA Maha agenda, I'd have no worry about Erica Kirk continuing that legacy.
So hold on. The actual quote was, Erica laughed. She goes, Andrew always jokes that you became way more based once you married me. And he's like, oh, yeah, totally. And that was actually a joke that we had because I remember Charlie evolved on a lot of topics. One of the things that we're trying to figure out, we're going to do this kind of like we're going to try and catalog all of Charlie's clips and debates and all of these things. And we are, one of the things I told Erica, I was like, he evolved on so many issues over time that if we're doing a large language model, you need to sort of weight the later opinions more because, he evolved on all of this stuff and he got ultra based. Yeah. Thanks to Erica. And I think some of us around this table, but no, we have those relationships. And by the way, Maha, we love Maha. RFK has been so kind, and not just RFK, but Junior, but Bhattacharya and some of the other ones that are connected to that, and we want to keep that going. And Alex Clark is obviously a huge proponent of that too.
And I think we have that clip of Erica and Charlie. 305.
305. Let's play it.
My wife joins us, Erica Kirk, the beautiful,
everyone.
Legendary Erica.
I love you so much.
I love you.
You're my best friend.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have asked the audience for questions. You pick one.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica.
Yes.
By far. Not even close. I am a moderate compared to Erica.
Andrew always jokes that once you got married to me, you got more based.
That's true. That is true. No, Erica is very conservative. Do you think having kids made you more conservative?
100%. Which I didn't think was possible. But 100%. Absolutely.
And do you
a better wife.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, love that.
I've seen all these edits on social media of that clip with this hype music and all these graphics flying on the screen. So like, I'm more conservative. It's like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's so she'll continue.
I've seen it like mixed over with the you have no idea what you've unleashed.
Yeah, you have Erica now. Yeah. Great. Good.
And by the way, just to reiterate, Erica Kirk will be joining us, I believe, at 1:30 Eastern. I think that's about when she's coming on. So, but again, it's whatever Erica wants to say or do. We have zero agenda other than she told me she wants to tell the audience how much you meant to Charlie and speak directly to people who loved him most. And that was the people that are part of the Charlie Kirk Show family, all across the country and world. I know there's people that I've been getting notes from overseas that are watching our streams. And so that's awesome too. So anyways, Erica's coming, and I don't know if we have any more questions because I'm throwing curveballs at the team, but we have 4 minutes till the next hour if you want to give it a shot. Hold on. These are the notes I'm getting. Do you want to say anything else about Erica? Because you know Erica really, really well because you traveled with Charlie and Erica.
Yeah, she's also very strategic and Charlie is very fast paced and he would travel all the time.
She's more measured.
She's more scheduled and measured. So Charlie always had the vision in the long game, and she has that too. But she's like, it's fun seeing her kind of piece it all together and have the game plan.
She's very clear thinking. She's got like a very organized brain. So we have some that are written. Hi, I have 2 questions for the show today, and I've put them below. Thank you. What do you think Charlie would want young Christians to remember most about living in their faith? And what was one of the most powerful moments you witnessed of Charlie living out his faith behind the scenes? I would like to take the second one first. This was a little moment that does not paint me in a great light, but it paints Charlie in a great light, so I will gladly share it. It was about a week before he died, and there was something that was going on. It was just a little annoyance. I can't even remember what it was. I should probably actually go back in the text and figure out what it was because I probably have it. But, I just said, why don't we just tell him X, Y, Z? And essentially I was saying, tell a little white lie. It'll make the problem go away. It's no big deal. It wasn't even an important thing. And Charlie wrote back instantly, we don't lie. And it was a really powerful moment for me because it was completely in private. It was completely in secret. Nobody would ever see what he said. And he just said, we don't lie. And the message was implicit. And we means me, it means Mikey, it means Blake. Like, we don't lie at Turning Point.
Yep. And I said this earlier, if we're going to have the truth on our side and we're going to be representatives of the truth, then we're not going to lie. Because if we're going out in public and giving people the truth, and oftentimes that's the gospel, why would the people receiving that message want to receive it from us if in the background we're lying all the time? We have no right to do so.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to take a stab at the first question, my point, what do you think Charlie would want young Christians to remember most about living in their faith is that to have courage. Courage is the least common of the virtues. It's the rarest of the virtues. And so to have courage in your faith means that you can be used by God. And what does courage require? I think it requires repentance and it requires honesty. And to be used by God means you have to have faith, right? So you've got to have that. You got to know that God's going to meet you in that moment, and he's going to give you the words. He's going to give you the strength. He's going to give you the ability to do what God asks you to do. So have courage, courage. Speak truth into the darkness. Speak truth into the culture, and don't be afraid. Don't cower. Don't parse your words. Don't give an inch. That's